Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
KAILASA, the good God country. Hinduism has something great to offer. Hindu God, Paramashiva, is good. We love him not just because he gives us what we want, but because he is good, and he has so much to offer to the world that makes the best nation. Hindu God has life positive, all-inclusive, good, spiritual, social, political, and moral principles. Hindu principles are guaranteed solutions for all the major problems of humanity: resettlement, violence and lawfare, impoverishment,
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
KAILASA, the good God country. Hinduism has something great to offer. Hindu God, Paramashiva, is good. We love him not just because he gives us what we want, but because he is good, and he has so much to offer to the world that makes the best nation. Hindu God has life positive, all-inclusive, good, spiritual, social, political, and moral principles. Hindu principles are guaranteed solutions for all the major problems of humanity: resettlement, violence and lawfare, impoverishment, inequality, environmental footprint, pandemic and biowar, disputes, feminist movement, women's rights, child rights, minority rights, linguistic rights, human rights. Because Hinduism has the best to offer to the world, KAILASA, standing tall since 1994 for the grand narrative of Hinduism, is the good God's country. Founder of KAILASA, Paramashiva, and his 1008th incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, the enlightened civilization, the greatest Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness was birthed by his predecessors of enlightened masters, great rishis, munis, siddhas, who predicted and recognized His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam as an incarnation of Paramashiva as per the science of incarnation described in Hinduism. From his first Chaturmasya at the age of 3 in the year 1980 until the age of 16 in the year 1994, the Supreme Pontiff was trained for the revival of KAILASA. He began reviving KAILASA from the age of 16 after the coronation on the 25th May 1994. KAILASA that we see today is 26 years of sincere hard work of the reviver and Hindu diaspora all over the world. KAILASA has a potential population of 2 billion Hindus worldwide, with over 100 million applications to its citizenship already applied. Hinduism has stood over 10,000 years as an enlightened civilization, has been a global beacon of spiritual and timeless wisdom, technology, culture.
He's wearing a grey jacket. His name is Boris.
The world's ancient civilization produced more than 40% of the world's GDP.
Purpose of life is to experience oneness with the ultimate reality, Paramashiva. Life exists on the planet Earth for last 40 billion years, and 5 times life faced complete extinction on the planet Earth. But somewhere one DNA, one cell, living organism is thrown out of planet Earth, preserved inside a volcano rock. After millions of years comes back to Earth due to gravity or whatever reason, gets into the ocean and starts the life again. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the conscious science to give breakthrough to your DNA through natural selection process and to your consciousness through the conscious decision process. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a sacred spiritual science. It is not bunch of do's and don'ts. No. Please understand, it is the revelations of sacred truths, cosmic truths, powerful cognition. It is still alive, that science is available, time-tested, foolproof. this science of living enlightenment is the complete solution for all the problems individual or society or modern day humanity is facing. Then you will understand all the problems of the modern day humanity. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution and setting model communities. Understand? KAILASA is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva manifested this KAILASA mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, KAILASA, by creating a model KAILASAs all over the world. I will work sincerely and revive this spiritual science, which is the core for enlightenment ecosystem, making you all manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and KAILASA of Paramashiva, and making all of us manifest Paramashiva.
In a world ravaged by war, ecological destruction, hatred and division, KAILASA stands as a bold vision of human potential, coexistence, organic living, and alignment with nature. Over the past 50 years, the world has seen the creation of dozens of new countries, and so if anything, it would be odd not to see a new country formed in the 21st century. Without the protection of political legitimacy, there is an imminent danger that the great tenets, scriptures, and science of creating an enlightened civilization, which spanned 56 states, 200 kingdoms, 1700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas, will be forever lost to humanity. The Hindu diaspora are highly successful around the world. They formed the dispossessed diaspora who has been driven to other countries because they are unable to practice their religion authentically in their own country. They have flourished in countries where they have been allowed to settle with religious freedom. For example, in the United States, Hindus are the most educated and highest earning community, with 77% of them holding a bachelor's degree and 48% having an income of $100,000 or more. Although they are only 1% of the population, Hindus have launched 13.5% of the startups in the USA. They hold leadership, technical and creative positions in companies such as Microsoft, Google, Facebook, etc. This success has been repeated around the world, in the UK, Canada, Australia, etc. James Kirkup, in his 2015 Telegraph article says, British Indians are not just the most successful immigrant group in this country's recent history, but the most successful group of people, full stop. He continues, more extraordinary than the rise in numbers is how it has taken place so harmoniously and profitably for this country and those in it. British Indians, quite simply, are among the most industrious, accomplished and credible amongst us. The best of British, if you like. The same article says that British Hindus are barely 2% of the population, but 12% of all the doctors. Australia and Canada have understood the ingredients of fast economic growth of the country and are doing everything to attract the educated, rich Hindu community. Hindus are the fastest growing migrant population in Australia. In 2017, 200% more Hindus have received invitation for Canadian Permanent Residency Program. Even now, the Hindu diaspora worldwide are the richest. No divorce, have no cases of drugs and substance abuse, lowest mental disorder, no depression. Hinduism is the only religion which neither converts nor kills. Absolutely non-violent, the elite sect of mankind. Because the Hindu diaspora worldwide and the Supreme Pontiff are successful in spreading their spiritual Hindu message of openness and inclusiveness against the forces of hatred and exclusivity, they have become the victims of relentless attacks by multi-armed apparatus of state power. Anti-Hindu forces, extremist caste, supremacist militant organization want a one ideology, Hinduism, under their exclusive domain. What they cannot digest into themselves, they systematically delegitimize and exterminate. Lawfare, assassination attempts, character assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Attempted assassination and assassinated Kailasians. Sexual assaults and rape of female monks of Kailasa. Objectification. Character assassination. State-funded child abuse and sexual abuse on the children of Kailasa.
Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then they showed me a picture.
State-operated embezzlement of funds, properties and assets donated by the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the purpose of the revival of Kailasa. Since 1994 up to until now. Building a nation is not a project accomplished overnight or by virtue of hope. Kailasa is the manifestation of 26 years of sincere hard work, sacrifices, integrity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the past 26 years for the enlightenment of humanity.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nityanam, everybody. We welcome each and every one of you for today's Parashakti Akashik readings, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. A few security measures from KAILASA's National Security Agency. Photography, video, and audio recording of any kind is strictly prohibited. Please be on mute and be on camera. And if you need to step out due to some unavoidable situation, please inform the digital security officer. A few important cautions. We welcome all the Kailasavasis attending from Kailasas monasteries, gurukuls, temples, ashrams, and centers from around the world. We welcome all the Facebook, Instagram, Nithyananda TV, Kailasa TV, Hinduism Now TV, Twitter, and YouTube viewers, and all those who are blessed to have the Nayana Diksha, which is the two-way video conferencing, who are joining us for today's sacred spiritual program, the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Let us now learn about Devi Parashakti, the Divine Cosmic Mother. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, the cosmic mother. She is a source Shakti and it is her cosmic womb, the Brahmanda Yoni from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source of the Big Bang and the black holes. Devi Parashakti is the divine consort of Paramashiva, who is the primordial god of Hinduism. Devi Parashakti, the divine cosmic mother. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals the first and foremost relationship is mother. Ability to learn, even the idea to relate, starts with mother. Mother is an important way to connect with what you think as life. In the Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware the ability to connect with the mother should be directed to the cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken your higher consciousness. It should inspire your higher consciousness to express through you. Connecting with life as mother is the most sweetest, most beautiful, and most easiest form to ever connect with. And today, out of his extreme love and compassion, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is answering all our questions, gracing as Devi Meenakshi, Devi Parashakti herself, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, and delivering profound spiritual truths, ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. So, what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan? The very word Samadhi comes from the Sanskrit root words Sama and Adi. Sama means oneness and Adi means source. So, Samadhi means one with the source, and Bhava means attitude or aspect. Bhava Samadhi means one with the source through this aspect. What is Darshan? Darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment when we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being, as just seeing such a being can cleanse karmas of lifetimes and create a deep and a lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is the powerful superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when you're able to catch it becomes a moment of darshan for you, raising you to the next level of superconscious breakthrough, like hitting the reset button on your being. The signs of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Divine cosmic beings are real and they manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time-space zone, through the deities and incarnations. The divine cosmic beings manifest through the Archavatars, which are the deities, and through the incarnations, the Nijavatars. The Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of Nijavatar manifesting Paramashiva, the Supreme Consciousness. Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as a Nijavatar, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. The Archavatar, which is the deity, reflects the consciousness and the manifestation of the superconscious energy. But human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archavatar directly. That is the reason the avatar, who is a physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and create an experience of the superconscious energy in all of us. The Bhava Samadhi Darshan awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is your latent potential energy in every human being. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, and transform our lives. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the incarnation. Mirror neurons activate and process all the movements or the information of the avatar just by seeing. Let us now learn about the Akashik readings. Akashik readings are not predictions, they are readings from the cosmic archives. Beyond the time dimension, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts the past, present, and future. Because the Akashic records are stored in Akasha, which is the space dimension, there's no past, present, or future. That is why whatever you call as happening, and yet to happen is clearly recorded in the Akashic records. Next, we're going to be learning about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism after a short break. We request all the participants from around the world to stay tuned. Thank you.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to
Kailasa. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Nithyanam, everybody, welcome back. Let us now learn about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism and has been recognized by his predecessors, who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities a lifestyle for humanity. Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us look at a brief timeline of the various coronations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Before 1981, he was identified as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva by spiritual adepts and enlightened masters of Hinduism. In the year 1981, he was initiated into Bala Sannyas and Chaturmasya at the age of 3. In the year 1988, he was coronated as a future Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tondai Mandala Adinam, the oldest monastic university. In the year 1994, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as a successor of Arunachala Sarvanya Peetham by the Guru Parampara on 24th of May. And in the year 1999, he founded the mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive Kailasa internationally. In the year 1999, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the successor of Kashi Sarvanya Peetham. Here we're looking at the photographs of the lineage of gurus of the Adi Arunachala Sarvanya Peetham. It was founded by Paramashiva, following whom various gurus such as Yogi Yogananda Puri, Visakhi Swamigal, and Mata Vibhudananda Puri, and then the incumbent successor, who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive Kailasa at the age of 21. And here are the photographs that were taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the successor of Kashi Sarvanya Peetham at the age of 21. In the year 2002, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the mission and the Adi Kailasa Sarvanya Peetham on 4th of November. And in 2004, he was declared as the successor of Bhagyanagara Sripura Sarvanya Peetham. The same year, he was also coronated as the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam of the Suryavamsa lineage. Here we're looking at the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the Adi Kailasa Sarvanya Peetham at the age of 24. And these are the photographs that were taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as a successor of Bhagyanagara, Sri Purasarvanya Peetham at the age of 26. Here are the photographs of the various emperors of the Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam, of which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the incumbent emperor. In the year 2007, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was declared as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adi Pallava Sarvanya Peetham. The same year, he was also declared as the Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada, and in the year 2012, he was coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai Shamala Peetha Sarvanya Peetham, the oldest Hindu papal state in the monastic kingdom. These are the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived the Adi Pallava Sarvanya Peetham at the age of 29. And here we're looking at the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of KAILASA Shamala Peetha Sarvanya Peetham. In the year 2013, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was officially coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar, the supreme spiritual head of Mahanirvani Akhada, the largest apex monastic order and the youngest Mahamandaleshwar. In the year 2013, he was declared as the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of Atalakada, the oldest monastic order in Hinduism, by Acharya Mahamandaleshwar Sukhdevanandaji, the then incumbent spiritual head. In the year 2014, he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Thanjavur Adinam. Here we are looking at the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was officially coronated as the youngest Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akhada. Here we are looking at the photographs that were taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Thanjavur Adinam. In the year 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Thiruvarur Adinam, Vedaranyam Adinam and Panchanatikulam. And here are the lineage of gurus, the photographs of them, of the Thiruvarur Adinam. And here are the photographs of the lineage of gurus of the Vedaranyam Adinam. In the year 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam, following which the same year he was also coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adipita Valada Matha and was also elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 spiritual leaders. Here are the photographs of the lineage of gurus of the Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam. It was founded by Paramashivoham, followed by Srila Sri Arge Tiruchittrambala Desigar, Srila Sri Vaidyalinga Desigar, Srila Sri Dandapani Desigar, and then the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And here are the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the successor of the Adipita Valada Matha. And here we're looking at the photographs that were taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 spiritual leaders and pontiffs. Let us now move on to the next segment of today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, which is learning about the various global initiatives by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism after a short break. Please stay tuned.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment.
Nithyanandam, everybody, welcome back. Let us now learn about some of the global initiatives by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Over 26 years of relentless humanitarian services and initiatives, including free vegetarian food, medical services, natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, conflict resolution and peace initiatives, sustainable Hindu practices through various international agencies and bodies. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, and these have been translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. Over 20 million copies of books and articles have been sold, read, and downloaded. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the world's largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. He has been revered as the most prolific and most viewed guru in the digital world, read and watched by 1 billion plus followers in Hinduism. Over 10,000 hours of discourses and over 1 billion views on social media. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been respected as the commentator of all the sacred scriptures such as Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Jain Sutras, etc. He has also been honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded internationally recognized Hindu leader, and has been acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influential living personalities by Watkins Mind Body Spirit magazine. The Sovereign Order of KAILASA, that is led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Nithyananda Order of Monks, Nuns, and Hindu Diaspora are working for global peace and to give a superconscious breakthrough to the humanity. He is also the establisher of the world's largest library in the world and the largest Hindu university with satellite campuses in over 150 countries. He is also the establisher of over 1,000 plus Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystems around the world and the founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvanya Peetams. Let us now move on to the next segment of today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, which is a manifestation of the extraordinary Shaktis. The Balasans, Nityananda Yogis, and the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will now be demonstrating the powers of Third Eye, sharing with all the experiences and the results of these extraordinary power manifestations of the divine powers awakened in us through the Diksha or the initiation. In today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation into Third Eye awakening and various other powers with the blessings and the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we will be manifesting the powers of Third Eye, which is seeing with the eyes blindfolded. The third eye is the cosmic browsing center that is located in between your eyebrows, which upon initiation, one can effortlessly express the powers and see through the third eye, just as you would with your 2 eyes. So what are Shaktis? In the Vedagamas, which are the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis or the divine powers. Manifesting powers are described as a system, a method, and a science for human beings to explore the various powers and possibilities and have access to various states of consciousness. Shakti is manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are a divine and that you need to manifest divine, not that you are a man and that you need to reach divine. Let us look at some of the fundamental differences between Shaktis and Siddhis. Shakti is expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. And Shaktis are the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment, and Siddhis happen on the path of enlightenment. The Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after the initiation from the avatar. And Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not, and Siddhis may divert you from enlightenment. Shaktis are the source of Paramashiva, and Paramashiva is the source of Shaktis. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause which is self effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. As the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and the Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or the five cosmic acts of Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Trobhava, and Anugraha: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, and liberation. The supreme pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva. He is also the representative of Paramashiva and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. And ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been a cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment was lived and taught as a lifestyle. And for the very first time in the modern day, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences, transmitting it to the world at a record breaking pace never accomplished before. The knowledge and the science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through the Diksha or the initiation by the enlightened Gurus. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiations and the knowledge repositories for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashvijnana and Paramashivavijnana. So how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? Every ultimate truth, which is the jnana, when it is mapped into your consciousness, which is the prajna, manifests as the power and possibility of every being. Let us now look at a beautiful video on the science of initiation.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi Dikshanam Muktihi Phalamakhanditam Avirodhat Bhavantyeva Prasangyastu Bhuktayaha. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi Diksha Vihinasya Na Siddhihi Na Cha Sadgatihi Tasmat Sarva Prayatnena Guruna Dikshito Bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity, It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation.
We saw a beautiful video on the science of initiation. Let us now look at how the science of power manifestation is authenticated through the four aspects of evidences or the pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana, eternal and unchangeable truths that are revealed in the source scriptures. The next is the Apta Pramana, experiences and the results of Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified the science. The next is the Atma Pramana, which is the personal experience of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the fourth is the Pratyaksha Pramana, empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. The Vedagamas is a living applied science. Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus, and Vedas are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Vedas are the scriptures where the applied technology and the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, together called as the Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference that is cited from these Shastras or the source scriptures is called a Shastra Pramana. So let us now get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. Today we are going to be manifesting the power of body scanning. Those of you who would like to experience this power of body scanning can put a message on our social media. In this power of body scanning, one awakens the ability to scan illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and provide solutions through the awakened third eye. The Shastra Pramana for this power of body scanning is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 54. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyattvante vyajyate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body or of the whole universe simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, Adi Shakti is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. The Apta Pramana is from the life of a Siddha. Thereya was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatya. One day, a man suffering from severe headache comes to Agatya for healing, and Agatya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small tere, which is a type of frog sitting in the person's brain. Agatya immediately uses the power of body scanning and reveals about the tere, and instructs Thereya to his disciple to perform an open-end surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of the headache. Thus, he gained the name Thereya. And here we're looking at the Atma Pramana. On 22nd of December 2019, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed how he uses the power of body scanning. Only when I had multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through the body scanning, I found out what the problems and imbalances had happened and where the balances had to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings. And here we're looking at the Sakshi Pramana, the experiences and the results of these power manifestations happening through the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So let us now enter into the power manifestation. Today we are going to be manifesting this power for Mr. Obras, who has requested for the power of body scanning. So I'll now be chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, connecting myself in the space of oneness with Swamiji, sharing with every one of you whatever Swamiji is revealing to me. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. What Swamiji revealed is that with respect to your health, you've been facing a lot of issues with your skin, and especially your skin is also very sensitive. You get a lot of sunburns and heat burns, and also a lot of rashes on around in your body. What Swamiji revealed is that this is because your stomach is not clean, and there's a lot of toxins that is moving around in your blood. So that is the reason your skin is continuously having issues. Swamiji revealed for you to start doing various detox processes. You can take the Haritaki every day, take the castor oil, do the Panchakriya, and start detoxing your body more and more. Switch over to just one meal a day, and so that the digestion completely happens, and whatever you eat is completely converted into energy. And by doing that, you will see that your body will lose all the unnecessary weight, and you will see that your skin problems also start getting healed completely. So this is what Swamiji revealed. You can share with all of us how you're able to relate with what was revealed. So with that, we are coming towards the conclusion of this particular segment. Let us move on to the next segment of today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan after a short break. Please stay tuned.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment.
consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression, or the worst suicidal patterns, or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years.
Nithyanam, everybody, welcome back. Let us now learn about divine feminine consciousness, which is very unique to Hinduism. The unique contribution to the very spiritual consciousness from the Vedic tradition is the sacred feminine worship. It is the core and the base of the entire Vedagamic civilization. Even if everything from what the Vedic tradition gave is lost and just the sacred feminine tradition is there, then the whole thing can be revived, because the sacred feminine tradition, the sacred feminine worship, is the source of entire Hinduism. Hinduism has at least 10,000 sampradayas or the subsects. If for some reason all the sampradayas are lost and only one sampradaya, which is the Devi worship, remains, then the whole thing can be brought back, because the whole thing is centered on one, which is the mother worship. Mother worship carries the blueprint of the hologram of the entire Vedic tradition. That sacred feminine worship is a hologram of the Vedagamic tradition. There is no enlightened being on planet Earth without worshipping the sacred feminine, including me. I am a Shakta. I have myself followed Devi worship. And from the beginning, if you see my biography and all the deities that I have carved, the darshan that I had, all are mother based, Devi based. These are the direct statements of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us now listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism what Swamiji shares about Sanatana Hindu Dharma and feminism.
Hinduism is the most feministic religion, I tell you. In Hinduism, not just religion, even the Hindu economy, Hindu social system, everything is feminist. The women-centered, everything is feminist. When time comes, I'll try to reveal more details about it. How the woman is the foundation of Hindu civilization. They formed the basis of Hindu civilization. Someone asked Ramakrishna when he was in deathbed. Literally, everyone knows that he is going to leave the body soon. I should not use the word deathbed for the great incarnations like him. They never die, but the time to leave their body. Everyone knows that he is going to leave the body. Close, sincere devotees of him, they come and ask him, Bhagavan, how can you leave the body so soon? Still, you have not trained enough people to continue your mission. Only few boys are trained and they are too young. He smiles and says, one woman is enough to carry my mission. She is already trained, Sharada Devi. She is trained enough. She will be the foundation from which this Ramakrishna Sampradaya, this whole civilization, revival will start. And that's true. It is she, Parashakti, Jagat Janani, Sharada Devi. She formed the foundation for this whole Ramakrishna Sampradaya to flower. I tell you, in Hindu civilization, spirituality, religion, Hindu economy, everything is centered on mother, on women.
We listen beautifully from Swamiji how Devi Parashakti herself, as Devi Sharada Devi, came down and she formed the foundation and the base of the entire Ramakrishna mission, which is today one of the largest organizations that is there, which is continuously reviving Hinduism. As Swamiji shared and revealed in this video, it is the feminine consciousness, the Devi consciousness, that forms the foundation of the entire Vedagamic civilization. There's a beautiful example from the life of Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, a great avatar who lived from 1836 to 1886. He says, Shiva is Brahman, but the key to reach the Brahman is with Devi. Unless she opens, nobody can reach. The ultimate superconsciousness is Paramashiva himself. But for us to experience Paramashiva, we need to go through the route of Devi Parashakti. He very beautifully describes a house scene. He says, even though the husband is the owner of the house, the key to the house will be on the hip of the mother. Either you have to fall at the feet of the mother, or the small sons of the mother, only they can touch the place, which is the hip of the mother, and remove the key. Nobody else can touch. So either you surrender to the mother or to the people who are closer to the mother to reach the mother. There's a beautiful Dhyana shloka about Devi Parashakti from the Lalita Sahasranamam. Sindhuraruna Vigraham Trinayanam Manikya Maulispurat Taranayaka Shekaram Smitamukhim Apinavakshoruham Panibhyam Alipurna Ratna Chashakam Raktotpalam Bibhratim Saumyam Ratnagatastha Rakta Charanam Dhyayet Paramambikam. There's a beautiful description which is revealed in this verse. The Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as a shining in vermilion red body, with a triple eyes sporting a crown of rubies, studded with a crescent moon, a face of smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with milk, and the other twirling a red lotus. So this is one of the descriptions of Devi Parashakti given in the Lalita Sahasranamam. Here is one more verse from the Lalita Sahasranamam. Aruna Karuna Tarangitakshim Dhrutapashankusha Pushpabhana Chapam Anibadi Vrada Vratam Mayukher Ahamityir Vibhavaye Bhavani. I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color, her eyes are full of compassion, and she holds the noose, the gourd, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Anima, for race, and she is the self within me. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother, and it is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source where the Big Bang and the black holes go on. Devi Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, and in which all of us are going to merge. So here we saw a beautiful description of Devi Parashakti. And out of extreme love and compassion, Devi Parashakti is manifesting through the embodied form, the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, and delivering profound spiritual truths, ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. So till now we have saw a beautiful description of how the sacred feminine tradition is very, very important through the Vedagamic civilization, and a beautiful description of Devi Parashakti as given in the scriptures. Next, we're going to listen about the introduction of Devi Parashakti by herself after a short break. Please stay tuned.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment.
Nithyanam, everybody, welcome back. Let us now listen to the revelations of Devi Parashakti about herself in her own words. So please listen, let us all sit straight and listen to the beautiful description of Devi Parashakti. In the previous segment, we looked at the description of Devi Parashakti as given in the scriptures. Now, let us hear from Devi Parashakti herself.
Om, Om, Om. Om, Om, Om. ஓமெனும் ஓங்காரத்து உட்பொருளாய் மலர்ந்து உயிர்த்தெழுந்து இறையனார் இடப்பாகத்திருந்து குமரிக்கண்டம் ஆளும் மீனாட்சி மலர்ந்தேன் இங்கு நல்லருள் செய்திடவும் நல்வாக்கு தந்திடவும் ஆனந்தம் ஞானத்தொடு பூரண அன்பு ஏகம் அநேகமாய் ஆகிய இப்புவுலகிற்கு பரமசிவன் ஞானம் தர வந்தேன் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி அருளாட்சி அரசாட்சி பொருளாட்சியோடு நன்மாட்சிமையோடு ஆட்சி செய்யும் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான் கருணையே வடிவாய் கண்மலர்ந்து நன்மை செய்திட வந்திட்டேன். மாந்தர்கள் கேளுங்கள் இந்த பெருநன்மை சத்தியத்தை, கேட்டு நீங்கள் வாழ்ந்திட கேடும் பெருந்துக்கமும் உங்களுக்கில்லை. கேட்டிடுங்கள் இவ்வினாடி என்னை கண்டுகொண்டும் கேட்டுக்கொண்டும் இருக்கும் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நான் அளிக்கும் தீட்சை. நானே நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் கடந்த உயிர்ப்பாய் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் இருக்கின்றேன். பரமசிவோஹம் 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 பரமசிவோஹம். இதை தீட்சையாய் ஏற்று இதே உணர்வோடு அமர்ந்திருங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் எல்லா நன்மையும் வரமும் ஞானமும் அருளும் அளிக்கின்றேன். ஓங்காரத்தின் உட்பொருளாய் வேதமொடு ஆகமம் மெய்யாய் வெளிப்பட்டு உபவேதங்கள் உபாகமங்கள் அனைத்துமாய் உயர்ந்து நின்று தத்துவங்கள் ஆராய் உண்மையை செப்பி ஜகம் முழுவதும் ஞானம் அளிக்கும் பாரதி பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். ஆய கலைகள் 64 உடலும் மனமும் உயர்வை அடைந்திடும் பரமசிவ சக்திகளை உங்களுக்குள் மலர்த்தவே வந்திருக்கின்றேன். அஷ்ட சித்திகளும் அஷ்ட கன்மமும் ஆதி சக்தி பரமேஸ்வரியாய் மலர்ந்து உங்கள் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் ஆனந்தம் அளிக்கின்றேன். அஞ்சாதீர், ஆனந்தத்தோடிருப்பீர். ஓம் 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 ஹ்ரீம் 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 ஓம் ஹ்ரீம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
We listen the beautiful description from Devi Parashakti herself about herself. Let us now look at a rough English translation of whatever Devi Parashakti revealed. Devi revealed, raising in Omkara, expressing as the Vedas and Agamas, blossomed in Hirimkara, filled as Parashodashi, living in the 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is in Kailasa Sripura Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramasakti Manonmani Meenakshi. As Nithyananda, I took the Nija avatar here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all goodness, Hiranya Garbhaswarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraja Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nithyananda. I came here as a Nija avatar. With great compassion, I am blessing, listen, people, to do good to all of you. I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as a Nija avatar. So this is a beautiful translation of whatever Devi revealed in English. So how do we receive Devi Parashakti in our life? Literally, you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at the moment when Devi Parashakti happens. She is there in your screen. So always receive her very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaves, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen and watch Devi. The coin is considered as the traditional dakshina in the Hindu tradition. It can be the lowest of value. In India, it can even be 1 paise. In the US, it can even be a cent. Here, Swamiji is not trying to monetize it. Even if you keep 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will just add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. Offer it to Devi. And after the darshan is over, do the namaskar and eat the banana, the betel leaf, and the betel nut, and take it as a prasadam immediately. Collect all the coins and send it to the LA temple. The betel leaf and betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that Devi Parashakti is really there. You will not take Devi Parashakti's darshan for granted. Rituals break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you to raise to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. Let us now look at how we can prepare to receive the grace and the blessings of Devi Parashakti.
I wanted to give you one sacred secret to all of you. Do this Panchabhuta Yoga. See, whenever you want to ask any question to Devi and receive the answer, on that day, do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Means apply only mud on the body and take bath. Don't apply any chemical on the body to take bath. Just that Puttuman means that ant hill mud. Only that apply on the body and take bath. Don't apply anything else. That is mud, earth part, earth component. Second, water. Drink only water that day. Don't eat, drink, don't do anything other than drinking water. When you come for the Parashakti Akashik reading, at least for a few hours, prepare yourself. Maybe 10 hours ahead. Just drink only water and keep yourself active. Third, the fire in your stomach should be allowed to burn without any food dumped on it. Just the pure fire. You can chant Omkara to intensify it, or Mahavagya, Ajapa Japa, but pure fire. No food, nothing. That pure fire should be encouraged. And just be in the free air, open space, breathing the whole sky at least few hours before. And intensely unclutch to get the power of the space, Akasha. See, listen. Akasha is an intense energy. Just like the other bhutas, like earth, water, fire, air, the Akasha also is a pure consciousness. It is intelligence, living energy. Once you start unclutching, you manifest Akasha's energy in you, consciousness in you. So do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Your questions will be surely answered immediately by Parashakti. If you just do this Panchabhuta Yoga and come for the Devi Akashik reading, she will simply answer your questions. I'll repeat. Apply the ant hill mud and take bath, or even clay. Don't use any other chemical. Take bath just with the mud. Second, drink only water. No other food or juice, at least for 10 hours ahead. If possible, that whole day. Third, intensify the Agni in your stomach without dumping any food on it. Just through the Omkara, Ajapa Japa, ignite it, intensify it. Fourth, walk around and breathe in an open space, at least for a few hours before. Fifth, try to unclutch as intensely as possible to receive the Akasha energy, Chitambara, Chitambara, that energy of cosmic space. With this Panchabhuta Yoga, come to Parashakti's Akashic reading. Surely she will answer your questions.
We saw such a beautiful video where Swamiji shared how we can all experience and receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti. For sure, we can all experience her in each and every one of our lives, and Devi Parashakti will answer each and every one of our questions. So, the next segment, we're going to be looking at one of the revelations of Devi Parashakti. But Devi Parashakti revealed about what is happening and how we can experience Paramashiva, and how whatever Devi Parashakti has revealed has become a reality and is becoming a reality in the day-to-day life. So let us now come back together after a short break. Please stay tuned.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment.
Nithyanam, everybody, welcome back. Let us now look at the revelations by Devi Parashakti and how whatever Devi has revealed has become a reality in our day-to-day life. We're going to be looking at the revelations and the statistics of whatever Devi has revealed, especially about the ongoing Pralaya, the COVID pandemic that is happening. Let us all listen from Devi Parashakti.
ஓம் 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 ஓங்காரத்துயர்ந்து பாங்காய் வேதமொடு ஆகமமாய் வெளிப்பட்டு ரீங்காரமாய் மலர்ந்து பரஷோடசியாய் நிறைந்து 40 முக்கோணம் வாழும் கையிலை ஸ்ரீபுரச் சிந்தாமணி கிருகத்தில் இருக்கும் கைலாச சுவாமினி பரஷோடசி பரமசிவன் பாகம் அமர்ந்து பாராளும் பரமேஸ்வரி பரமசக்தி மனோன்மணி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் நிஜாவதாரம் கொண்டேன் இங்கு எல்லோர்க்கும் நல்வரம் தந்திட எல்லா நன்மையும் அருளிட ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பஸ்வரூபிணி பிரம்மாண்டயோனி சாம்பவி சந்திரமௌலி ரபலா அபர்ணா உமா பார்வதி சாவித்ரி நவயவனா சாம்ராஜ்யலக்ஷ்மி பரமேஸ்வரி பரஷோடசி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் உருக்கொண்டு இங்கு நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்தேன். அருட்பெருங்கருணையினால் அருளுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். மக்களே, உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நன்மை செய்யவே நாம் இங்கு நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு கொண்டு நிஜாவதாரமாய் இறங்கி வந்தோம். இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். காலம் காலமாய் அவதார புருஷர்கள் வந்து மலர்ந்து உலகிற்கு நன்மை செய்யும் மிக பெரும் ஞான பூமி பாரதம். இருக்கின்ற ஒரு பாரதத்தை இழக்க இயலாது மக்களே. ஞான கர்ப்பத்தை மலடாக்க இயலாது. வாழையடி வாழையன ஞானிகளும் அவதார புருஷர்களும் வந்தே தீர வேண்டும், வாழ்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும், மலர்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும். உலகிற்கு அதுவே உத்தம நன்மை. ஒரு சில கயவர்கள் மாயையில் சிக்கி செய்திட்ட சதிகளால் உலகை பலி கொடுக்க ஆகாது. சிருஷ்டி நஷ்டமடைய கூடாது. பிரபஞ்சம் அழிந்துவிடக் கூடாது. பிரளயத்து இருந்து இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தை காக்கவே பெரும் கப்பல் நானொன்று செய்தேன். அதன் பெயரே ஆதி கைலாசம். ஆதி கைலாசம் இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தில் இருக்கும் ஞான சக்திகளை ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே நாம் செய்த கப்பல். துரோகிகள் சூழ்ச்சியாலும் விரோதிகள் ஆட்சியாலும் வழியின்றி கப்பலை விட்டு மாலுமியே ஒதுங்க வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததையா. அதனால்தான் ககனம் கொந்தளித்து பேரழிவை நோக்கிச் சென்று கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. மக்களே, அறியாத தனத்தினால் மாயையில் சிக்கி குழந்தைகள் தவறு செய்தாலும் பிரபஞ்சம் அழியாது காக்க வேண்டியது பராசக்தி. பரமசக்தி பரஷோடசி மனோன்மணியின் பொறுப்பென்பதால் சத்தியங்கள் சிலவற்றை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள். அடுத்த சில மாதங்களில் 1000 அல்ல, லட்சம் அல்ல, கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். இந்திய நாட்டினில் கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பாதுகாப்பை. ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடியோர்க்கும் அந்த தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவபூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில், நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்று செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. ஆதி கைலாசத்து நிர்வாகிகளே, இந்த ஒரு சேவையை உலகத்திற்கு செய்யுங்கள். நீங்கள் செய்த எல்லா கர்மங்களுக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தமாகும். நல் அமைதியும் ஞானமும் யோகமும் உங்களுக்கும் கிட்டும், உலகத்திற்கும் கிட்டும். 12 ஆண்டுகள் முன்பாக பராசக்தி நான் செய்து வைத்த நவபாஷாணம் சித்தித்து புளித்து பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து ரசவாத யோகத்தில் சித்தியாகி இன்று நிறைந்த நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் மலர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. இதை செய்த காரணம் வரப்போகும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே. எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நேரடியாய் மறைமுகமாய் உதவி செய்து உடன் இருந்த எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோரையும் நம்பியே இந்த படகை நாம் உருவாக்கினோம். இந்த பெரும் சேவையில் எல்லோரும் வந்து பாகமாயிருந்து கொரோனா வராதவர், வந்தவர், வந்து நீங்கியோர், இவர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் மாபெரும் மருந்து நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்து தீர்த்த விருந்து. எல்லோரும் வந்து நல் நீராடி தற்காப்பும் பெற்று நோய் கண்டவர் நோயும் தீர்ந்து நன்மையெல்லாம் அடைந்திட இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, உங்களால் இயன்றதை செய்திடுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நல் பாதுகாப்பும் உண்டு, நல்லதும் உண்டு. என்னை இழந்தாலும், என்னை நீங்கள் மறுத்தாலும் உங்களை நான் காப்பேன். அஞ்சாதீர்கள். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் நான் செய்து வைத்த கப்பலை உபயோகித்து இந்த ஆழிப் பிரளயத்தின் பெருங்கூத்து ஊழிக் கூத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உண்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன், நன்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன். பிராயஷ்சித்தம் வேண்டுமென்றும் காப்பாற்ற வேண்டுமென்றும் கதறிய பக்தர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பெருங்கருணையினால் தீர்வை தந்து விட்டேன். அன்பர்களே, பக்தர்களே, சீடர்களே, என் சொல் கேட்கும் நேர்மையான தொண்டர்களே, புயல் என புறப்படுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. தேவையானதெல்லாம் உடனடியாய் செய்து வரப்போகும் மக்களுக்கெல்லாம் அன்னதானம் செய்து அவர்கள் நல்லபடி வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி நவபாஷாண மருந்தையே விருந்தாய்க் கொண்டு நோயிலிருந்து தற்காப்பும் பெற்று உயிர்காப்பும் பெற்று நல்லபடியாய் வாழ்ந்திட தேவையான சேவைகளை செய்யுங்கள். இதுதான் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தம். நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு தாங்கி நிஜாவதாரமாய் நான் இந்திய நாட்டில் வந்தபொழுது என்னை வைத்து வாழாத பெருங்குற்றத்திற்கு பிராயஷ்சித்தம் இதுவே உங்களுக்கு. இதை யாவது செய்து, இது ஒன்றையாவது செய்து உங்களையும் காத்துக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நாட்டையும் காத்திடுங்கள். கோடிகளில் உயிர்கள் போகப் போகின்றது என்பதை நேரில் காண்பீர்கள். கண்ட பிறகுதான் நான் சொல்லும் வார்த்தையின் சத்தியமும் உண்மையும் உங்களுக்கு புரியப் போகின்றது. அழிவதற்கு முன் வந்து நவபாஷாண மருந்தை விருந்தாய்ப் பெற்று மரணத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் அன்னை பராசக்தி அருளினேன் சத்தியத்தை. இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை உடனடியாய் புரிந்து கொண்டு உங்களுக்கும் உலகத்துக்கும் நன்மை செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள்.
We listened to the revelation by Devi Parashakti. But Devi Parashakti revealed a very powerful revelation. Let us look at the official translation of it. World cannot be sacrificed for the sake of conspiracies done by some ignorant thieves who got stuck in Maya. Srishti should not have loss. Cosmos should not have destruction. To save the cosmos from Pralaya, I made a huge ship. Its name is Adi KAILASA. Adi KAILASA is the ship that will gather all the enlightened powers of this cosmos and save the people from the Pralaya. Through the tricks of the traitors and the rules of the enemies, without any other way out, time came for the sailor itself to leave. And that is why the sky is boiling and moving towards destruction. People, even if children do mistakes in ignorance by getting stuck in Maya, it is Parashakti, Paramashakti, Parashodasi Manonmani, my responsibility to save the cosmos from destruction. I am telling some of the truths. Listen properly. Within the next few months, not in thousands or lakhs, lives will be lost in crores. Crores of lives will be lost in India. I am telling you the truth. I am telling you the good. Search for protection for your life. So that was the revelation by Devi Parashakti. Let us now look at the current state of the world as revealed by Devi Parashakti. As we all know, there is the ongoing COVID pandemic that is happening. and authorities in over 223 countries and territories have reported over 453.7 million COVID cases and 6 million deaths since China first reported the first case to the World Health Organization in December 2019. Here we have another news from BBC which says COVID deaths are probably 3 times higher than what the official records say. More than 18 million people, which is 3 times higher than the official record, suggests have probably died because of COVID. And this is from the US's Washington University researchers. Researchers gather data through the searches of various government websites, the World Mortality Database, the Human Mortality Database, and the European Statistical Office. So here, even though what we know as the current status of the world, even that is actually 3 times less than what is the actual state. Rates of excess deaths are estimated to have varied dramatically by country and region, but the overall global rate calculated in the study is 120 deaths per 100,000 people. And that literally would mean about 18.2 million deaths have happened because of COVID in the last 2 years. Because between the start of 2020 and the end of 2020, 3 times as many as the official 5.9 million data that had been reported have ceased to exist. So here we're looking at the status, the statistics from the researchers who have done multiple calculative research and share that more than 18.2 million deaths have happened, which is thrice the number. And COVID infections are increasing across the United Kingdom, with about 1 in 25 people infected, and according to the latest estimates from the Office for National Statistics. Similarly, 300,000 people in Scotland had COVID last week, the highest figure since estimates began in the autumn of 2020. It means that 1 in about 18 people have the virus, according to the Office for the National Statistics. The US Department of Veteran Affairs did a cohort study comprising over 153,000 people who survived the first 30 days of the SARS-CoV-2 infection and 2 control groups. A contemporary group with no evidence of SARS-CoV-2 and a historical control group that predated the COVID-19 pandemic. And this suggests a very, very different thing. It says people who survived the acute phase of COVID-19 are at increased risk of an array of incident of mental health disorders. Tackling mental health disorders among the survivors of the COVID-19 should be a pandemic, because the COVID-19 is not only a physical problem, but has come over as a mental problem because it has brought down the destruction of the various things in our lifestyle, where the regular life that we have, our communication skill, our understanding about life, our understanding about ourselves, the goals of our life, everything has been completely shattered because of the COVID pandemic and what we thought and we could do in our lives. The COVID's biggest losers are the children and teens. The everyday life of young people has now been restricted due to the COVID pandemic by almost 2 years, and the personal and the societal consequences are literally devastating. We are going to be having long impacts into the future. No crisis-proof planning is possible. This is a painful lesson young people had to learn during the pandemic. There is no such thing as crisis-proof planning, not for anything. So literally, you cannot prepare for everything that is there. There are things where you're going to be facing life where you cannot just plan everything for that to not happen. You have to be there, face it, and learn it and handle the situation. The second is that pediatricians warn in vain. The pediatrician continues to notice the same complaints coming from his young patients, which calls the 3 big classics: sleep disorders, eating disorders, and anxiety disorders. These are some of the officially largest problems that the young and the teens are facing across the world. And the last, which is Omicron, is literally everywhere in the schools. Figures from the Conference of Ministers of Education, it says that 6% of the students and 3% of the teachers are either infected or worse in quarantine right now. And according to a youth researcher in India, if a digital platforms are the only medium for making contacts over 2 periods of 2 periods, this can lead to restriction in personal development over such long period of time. He says that I can't smell the other person. I can't touch them. I can't notice their aura or how they move. This impoverishment of impulses then In case of real contact or physical presence means that the young people do not even know how to behave, how to comport themselves, and how to look into the eyes of the other person. So this degrades the mental growth and the the growth of the child itself in a very big level, because there is literally no communication that is happening. And scans are also revealing how COVID may change the size of the brain itself. Catching COVID might cause the change of the brain size, a study suggested. Scientists found significant differences in the MRI, which is the magnetic resonance imaging scans, before and after the infection. Even after a mild infection, the overall size of the brain has shrunk slightly, with less gray matter in the parts that are related to smell and memory. The researchers do not know whether these changes could be reverted or is it going to be permanent. The study that is published in the journal Nature, lead author Professor Gwenelle Dowd from the Wellcome Center for Integrative Neuroimaging at the University of Oxford said, "We are looking at essentially mild infection. So to see that we could really see some differences in the brain and how much their brain had changed compared to with those who have not been infected, and it was quite a surprise." The UK Biobank project has followed the health of 500,000 people for about 15 years and has a database of the scans recorded before the pandemic, so provided a unique opportunity to study the long-term health impacts of the virus. Here, the scientists rescanned 401 participants in over 4.5 months, and on an average after their infection, 96% of who had the mild COVID, that is like 384 participants who had not had COVID, they found the overall brain size is infected participants has shrunk to between 0.2 to 2%, and there were losses in gray matter in the olfactory areas linked to smell and regions linked to memory. And those who had recently recovered from the COVID found it a bit harder to perform complex mental tasks. But the researchers are not sure whether the changes are truly reversible or not. And here we have the elevated risk of placenta damage, stillbirths during the COVID-infected pregnant women. There have been various news articles and various scientific studies that comes. Another new research suggests that the COVID virus can invade and destroy the placenta and lead to stillbirths in infected women. It's an uncommon outcome for any pregnancy, but women with COVID-19 face an elevated risk. Researchers in 12 countries, including the United States, analyzed the placenta and autopsy tissue from 64 stillbirths and 4 newborns who died shortly after birth. And this was the research. More shocking result was placenta that was infected and extensively destroyed. Many of these cases had over 90% of the placenta destroyed, and that is very, very scary. Many around the world were pinning their hopes on the vaccine, but even that wasn't a quick fix. There are various polls that show how some people are actually just not willing to take the vaccine. The pandemic doesn't seem to be getting over anytime soon. Even if someone is vaccinated, scientists are not yet sure whether it's going to contain the possible virus and the spread. And worst case, even if they don't get it, they might be the holders and carriers of the same virus. UK's recent announcement that it had identified a new strain of the COVID virus that appears to be 70% more infectious than the older strain. The virus is only becoming more and more strong and more virulent, becoming more and more mutant to the various vaccines and to the medicines that we have been continuously taking. The new COVID-19 study highlights the suicide risk to the healthcare workers. A new study says 1 in 10 Australian healthcare workers have had thoughts of suicide or self-harm during the pandemic. They are the people who are standing in the front field, and they are continuously seeing so much of negativity that is going on, not only to the physical health, but how it has destroyed the lives of people on various fronts, emotionally, through the relationships, their careers, their job, their family. So it has dropped their mental strength and has put them into the sides of suicide. Healthcare workers in Somalia are suffering from high rates of anxiety and depression because of their work with the COVID-19 cases. Initial findings recorded a high prevalence of anxiety in the workforce at 69.3% and 46.5% for depression and 15.2% for stress. So here we're looking at how the COVID pandemic has been causing a lot of strain on the healthcare workers as well. And the Omicron. as we know, is the one which is going on. And the health head of the World Health Organization said it would be just dangerous to assume that the highly transmissible Omicron was the last variant to emerge and that the world is in the end game of the pandemic. No. Since the Omicron was first identified a little over 10 weeks ago, more than 80 million cases have been reported to the UN agency, and more than that were reported in the whole of 2020. Conditions are ideal for variants to emerge, and as we know, constantly new variants of the COVID are coming up. WHO epidemiologist and the technical lead on COVID 19, Dr. Maria, stressed that the pandemic is far away from over and future variants will now be more and more virulent than what Omicron itself is. They warned that the next variant could be more easily evading the immunity and rendering vaccines less effective. They caution that there is absolutely no guarantee that the COVID virus is going to get weaker because it evolves, and that although the world might hope that that's a case, but we cannot bank on it. The World Health Organization also said it's premature for any country either to surrender or to declare victory. This virus is dangerous and it continues to evolve before our very eyes. The WHO is currently tracking for 4 sublineages of the Omicron variant, including the BA.2. The components come as BA.2 versions of the Omicron begins to replace the more common original BA.1 version in many countries. It has been speculated that BA.2 is even more transmissible than BA.1, and in Denmark, BA.2 spread about 1.5 times quicker than BA.1, and it's already known that the original Omicron itself is more transmissible than the previous variants such as the Delta and the Alpha. So here we have seen so many different news and so many different articles that state about how these COVID viruses is continuously happening and how we are continuously affected. Let us now listen from Devi Parashakti. What is the solution to protect ourselves from the COVID pandemic?
Parashodasi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட நன்மையை சொல்லிட தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் 1, சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2, எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாரி வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3, நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4, நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5, சிவ 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 எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6, நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழை பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து பத்திட்டு நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7 பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள் 8 1 செய்தாலும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது
We listened from Devi Parashakti the revelation on how you can experience and you can protect yourself from the COVID pandemic. Devi revealed that first method is you praying to Devi Parashakti intensely. And second is surrendering to Devi Parashakti on the social media. And third is Devi Parashakti revealed wherever I am worshipping, wherever I am residing, worshipping me by doing the fire walking. The fourth is applying turmeric in the chest, drinking neem juice every day, and meditating on me. The fifth being in unclad state, filling with eternal bliss, doing the ajapa ajapa of the cosmic sound, Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. The seventh is with complete mind, applying the banana peel and onion in your heels and going to sleep, and being in the state beyond any remembrance of forgetting in the Arunachala Spurana that blossoms as Aham Aham in the state of Ananda Spurana. So these are the 8 solutions that Devi Parashakti has given, and Devi revealed even if you practice any one of these 8, you will see that Devi is protecting you completely. So here we have seen in this segment what are the revelations by Devi Parashakti and how those have been a reality and are a reality continuously in each and every one of our life, and how we can protect ourselves from the COVID pandemic. The next segment we are going to be learning how we can connect with Devi Parashakti. How can we offer our gratitude to Devi Parashakti? Let us now come back together after a short break. We request all the participants and viewers from around the world to stay tuned.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck
and liberate you all. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's now enter into the next segment, which is the offerings to the Parashakti. Dharmaya yashasirthaya kamaya swajanaya cha panchadha vibhajan vittam vishamutra chamodate. One part should be used for dharma, dana, etc. And second for yasha, public works, which brings fame to oneself. And third should be reinvested to generate more wealth, and fourth for karma, the enjoyment of material things, and fifth for one's family and friends. And 20% should be donated for dharma. Gruhe dashagunam danam goshte chaiva shatadhikam punyatirtheshu sahastram anantam shiva sannidau. Dana given at home meals 10 times as much merit as when made elsewhere. 100 times when made in a Goshala, open, 1,000 times when made in sacred places of Tirthas, and an infinite number of times when made in the premises of Shivalinga, such as the Shiva temples. Danam Trividhamityetat Kanishtat Jeshta Madhyamam Atrana Ishrayasam Jeshtam Kanishtam Swartha Siddhaye Karunya Sarva Bhuteshu Samvibhagastu Madhyamaha. Dana given in order to achieve moksha, Nishreyas, is considered the most valuable form. Dana given out of pity or kindness for others or for one's own kith and kin is considered to be of medium value. It is also called as Dana. Dana given to achieve one's own selfish ends is known as the least valued of all. The next offering is the Yundi. Bhakti Priya Bhakti Kamyam Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharada Radhya Sharvani Sharmadayini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fears. If there is any fear in the minds of devotees, Devi will surely remove those fears. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here it is meant that the autumn of our lives is when thoughts turn more and more inwards. When that happens, the role of the divine becomes known and understood clearly to us, and the need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhavi, consort of Shambhu Lord Shiva, Sharada Radhya, means worshipped by Sharada, Saraswati. Sharvan, wife of Lord Shiva. And Linga Purana says, Lord Shiva is called Sharva in his yat form, Sharmadayini, Devi who bestows happiness in devotees. You can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted out during the puja to Devi. The next is the Sankalpa chanting, which costs 1 year. तयैतान्मोह्यते विश्वं सैव विश्वं प्रसूयते साय चित्तच तुष्टरुद्धिं प्रयच्छति. The goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess being prayed without interest in anything gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in materialistic sense. Offering Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, blesses the person, offering with all fruition of the desires and wishes he or she is yearning for. Gold is, let us now understand some of the significance of the divine element gold. Gold is present in all scriptures such as the Agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, and Puranas. And in all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal, which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold, and rituals feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved, when one was to be saved from life-threatening illness, gold was offered as a ritual gift. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equal amounts of commodities, including cows, and kingdoms were built with huge rows of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold, and horses and cows were dressed in gold. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. In Indus river was called Namaya, river of gold. The river Saraswati was called Sriyanyavardhini Natharaveda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones we love and revere. Temples are constructed and paid in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightened energy for thousands of years and it lasts forever. The next offering is the Sahasranama Swarnakas, which costs 75, 151 to 51 years. Namaparayana Prita. Shiva likes repetition of various names. This is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti, and it's a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. So offer gold coin to Devi Parashakti to manifest any dimension or attribute of hers that you always wanted to imbibe within you. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Muktanguti, the finger ring with the pearl, which costs 251, 501, and 50 US. मुक्ताहारलसत्किरीटरुचिरां पूर्णेन्दुवक्त्रप्रभां सिञ्जन्नूपुरकिङ्किणीमणिधरां पद्मप्रभाबासुरां सर्वाभीतफलप्रदं गिरिसुतं आनीरमासेवितं मीनाक्षीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवारां निधिम्. I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls on the face, shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes. The daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. Offer a finger ring with a pearl to the cosmic mother and experience blessings and healing with your mother. The next offering is the Swarna Bhatma Pushpa, the golden lotus, which costs 600 US. Ashtaviddeshwaropeta Kumbhavarna Samayutam Sarve Sasutra Vastradya Hema Pankaja Bhushita तापिदानश्च कूसश्च पक्वबिल्वफलप्रभा स्नपनाध्याय संसिद्धा प्रमाणेन समान्विताः. All the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth, and they should be adorned with the lotus flowers made of wool. There are hundreds of scripture references for using a lotus flower in the worship of the ultimate Parama. And almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves a lotus flower, lotus leaf, lotus pericarp, or the lotus petals. The lotus itself is a divine flower. The next offering is the Swarnameti, the gold touring, which costs $750. Nakadiditi samsanna namajana guna adadvaya prabhajala parakruta saroruha. Use brightness on donates discharge the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. Use brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. The Slokam number 83 of Saundara Lahari, which states that the nails of the Parashakti have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before the Parashakti. Tamoguna is darkness, and in this Stotram, Tamas is indicative of ignorance in the minds of devotees. And by constantly prostrating before the Parashakti, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. The next offering is the Swarnameti, the gold touring, which costs $750. Offer touring to the Parashakti, adorning a sacred feet to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspects of her life. The next offering is the gold hairline jewelry, which costs $750. Shuddha, Sarabhi Varshini. Shiva makes nectar flow in all our nerves from Sahasrara. The Mangtika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara chakra, which is fully opened and blossomed. So offer the Mangtika to Devi Parashakti and receive blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude in space of complete completion. So next we are going to be entering into the offerings of Guru. So before entering into that, let's have a short break and I request you to stay tuned for the next session.
Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I guarantee you, I will reach you wherever you are. Be alive, somehow be alive for next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. It's my commitment to humanity.
I'm going to empower, enlighten each and every one of you with the fuel and energy of the parallel universe. I'll infuse this intense supernal effulgence DNA, Tejas, Ojas, Kundalini Shakti into your spine to consciously lift you to KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut.
Yes. Let's enter into the next offering, which is offering to Guru. Napaduka paro manyo na deva shri guru paraha na ishakat para diksha na punyam kula pujanat. There is no mantra higher than Paduka, no god higher than Guru, no initiation higher than the Shakti, and no merit higher than the Kula worship. Riktahastascha nopeyad rajanam devatam gurum palapunyambaradini yatashakya samarpayet evam yo nachare devi brahma rakshasa vrajet. One should not approach royalty, the deity as a guru, empty-handed. We should offer fruit, flower, cloth, and the like according to his capacity. And one who does not do so becomes a Brahma Rakshasa. The next offering is the Pratyaksha Bhagapuja, which costs 1,008 USD. Koti koti mantra japat, koti tirthavagahana, koti devachana devi, parakshi paduka smriti. O Devi, remember this Paduka, which yields infinitely greater merit than billions and billions of mantra japa, billions and billions of pilgrimages, and billions of worship. Last offering is the Vasta Seva, which costs 1,008 USD. Nakadi iditi sanchanna, majanata moguna, adadvaya prabhajala, parakuta saroruha. So with that, we come to the conclusions of the offerings to the Parashakti. In the registration form, there are two options: ready to offer today or the intention to offer specific sevas. You can choose any one of them and go for the offering. Submitting details in for puja, their names will be chanted during the Sankalpa. So now without further delay, let's move on to the next session, which is the glimpses of the glories of the past. I hope everyone took time to register for offerings to the Parashakti. Let's now enter into the next session, which is the glimpses of the glories of the past on 23rd March. On 23rd March 2005, the Supreme Council of Hinduism delivered a discourse titled Einstein to Upanishad in the Art Center of Palo Alto, San Jose. Later on this day, the grandest happening on planet Earth, Paramavata, the ultimate incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Council of Hinduism gives our darshan healing to all who came to surrender at his feet. And in darshan, he personally healed and blessed each and everyone, imparting in them the biggest gift a disciple can have, the Guru Bhakti. And below are some pictures taken during the event. Running parallel on that day and under the directions of Supreme Council of Hinduism, the first Pradosham celebrations were offered under the pine tree at Bengaluru Avinam Bidadi. On 23rd March 2006, the Supreme Council of Hinduism visited the Meenakshi Temple in Houston, USA. There he was received by the temple priest with all the traditional honors, especially the Purna Kumbha, the highest royal honorary offering given to guests in the Hindu tradition. Later, Swami visited the center of NASA Johnson Space Center in Houston. After this visit, Swami delivered the Sri Sutras in discourse titled Actualize Your Potential in Houston. So on 23rd March 2007, the Supreme Council of Hinduism elaborates on the Shiva Sutras, and he elaborates on the topic especially about how to capitalize your energy from the Shiva Sutras. So let's now watch a few minute video clip of that.
सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let's enter into today's subject. Capitalize on your energy. Today's subject. And today, Shiva is giving us beautiful sutra. Very beautiful technique. Before entering into this technique, just I wanted to say a few words. There are different levels of human beings. Understand, just because you are in a human body, we can't say all human beings are equal. No. Human beings are unique. We can't use the word equal. Equal is not the right word. You are unique. How can you be equal? You can't be equal. Different levels, different beings, different techniques. This technique is a very simple technique, just one line. Let me read the translation. Just as you have the impulse to do something, stop and become enlightened. Just like you laugh, I think Devi also would have laughed. I don't know whether Devi laughed or the rishis laughed. Anyhow, looks very funny. It's like a very simple thing. The further, there are some techniques. You will be surprised. He says, feel one with universe and become enlightened. You may think, what is he talking? Actually, the other day, I was talking on an Upanishad. The Upanishad, there is a beautiful Mahavagya. Mahavagya means the ultimate word which gives you enlightenment. There is a Mahavagya, the Svetasvara Upanishad. There is a Mahavagya, Tattvamasi. The master says, Tattvamasi Svedagedo, Tattvamasi. Tattvamasi Svedagedo, Tattvamasi. You are that. Svedagedo is the disciple's name. You are that. And the story says the disciple became enlightened. It's going on. When I was speaking on this, one devotee asked me, Swamiji, maybe these techniques are for highly evolved souls. These techniques are for the people who are highly evolved in the spirituality. I told them, no. It is for innocent people. Understand? It's not for the highly evolved people. Highly evolved people doesn't need technique. They don't need technique. Just like the other day I was telling, if you achieve yama and niyama, then why do you need meditation? Why do you need yoga? You don't need asana. You don't need pranayama. No. I always tell people, Ashtanga yoga means not 8 steps, no, 8 parts. All 8 parts should be practiced at a time. It's not like a step by step, you will do one and next and third and no. These techniques are given for innocent people who are tired of being cunning. Understand this one more word. Tired of being cunning. Unless
you are tired of being cunning, you will not be able to achieve the truth or reality. You always, again and again, any method, any way, somehow you know how to escape from it. I've seen people do. No, whatever Swami is saying, all right, but for practical purpose. The moment you say but, yesterday I was having a discussion with one of our devotees. He heard everything I said, and then he's saying, but, I thought, the moment you say but, over. Over. Unless you are tired of being cunning, you can't be helped. No technique can help you. Be very clear. People come and tell me, Swamiji, whatever you say is right, but please make me do whatever you say. What do you mean? Should I have two, three people to continuously beat you and make you do, or what? I tell them, you are a grown-up, mature person. Do it. One person came to me and he was telling, Swamiji, I have the extramarital relationships. I said that you know it is wrong. He said, yes, I know it is wrong, and I am very clear that I am doing something wrong. I told him, then stop. He said, no, you only have to stop. I said, I stopped, I never had, only you are having. If I have, I can stop. You are only having. It is you who is supposed to decide. I told him, what do you mean by I should stop? You mean that I should take your car key and not allow you to go there? What do you mean by I should stop? It is such a cunningness. And he told me, no, I surrendered me to you. You should take care. I told him, this is a nice story. Then I told him, then don't eat. You told that you have surrendered everything to me, then stop eating. He said, what are you telling? You only told me you surrendered everything. Then just do whatever I say, don't move from here, sit. That he is not ready to do. You see, it's like a selective surrender. Very funny game. It's like a very clearly knowing that we are cunning and using some of these philosophies to support the cunningness. I tell you, just if you bring the honesty to your being, that's enough. Nothing else is required. Ramakrishna says, Saralatva, the simplicity, nothing else is required. I told him, I am not even saying your relationship is right or wrong. You only came and said. If you are very clear that it is nothing wrong, then perfectly all right, you do. If you are very clear, if it is something wrong, then drop it. But having the idea it is not right and telling that I am supposed to be responsible is cunningness. It's a very funny thing. See, I asked him, either you should be very clear that you are not doing anything wrong. Then there is no, I am not here to judge you. Who am I to judge? Your life, who am I to interfere? When it is okay with you and the other person, who am I to come in between? No, I am not peeping Tom. I am not going to interfere in your life. But if you say, you feel it is wrong, then now I have a little intelligence. Just be a little more intelligent, nothing else. Just be a little more clear, nothing else. But we are trained to be cunning. Mind is nothing but cunningness. The person who can't think straight,
who can't act straight, he suffers in his life. Let me tell you a beautiful story. Story of a great enlightened being. How dedicated he was to the idea which he believed as truth. Understand? I am not even saying the idea which you believe should be right or wrong. There is nobody to judge the idea which you believe is right or wrong. How much you are dedicated to the idea is the main thing. How much you are dedicated to that idea is the main thing. One more thing, your dedication itself will be so powerful that will purify the idea which you are carrying, if at all there is some corruption in it. If at all there is some missing part in it, your desire is powerful enough to lead you to the goal. Your dedication is powerful enough to lead you to enlightenment. This great master, this guy, he lived near my native place. He was a king of a small area. In his life, he has taken a vow that he will not hurt any Shiva's devotees. I dedicate my life to Shiva and Shiva's devotees. I will not hurt anybody who wears all these symbols of Shiva, Rudraksha and this Bhasma, the ash and all those things. Whoever comes wearing all these things, he will give them food and take care of them. So all the beggars in the city, overnight conversion. They know that they will get food. But the beauty of all these things is, after wearing all these things, you can't do anything wrong in the public. People will catch you. No, that is true. It's like you are practically arrested for a whole day. You can't do anything wrong, at least in the public. You can't be open criminal. Even if you do something wrong, you can do only secretly. You can't do it publicly. So it's a big bargain, you see. You just give him food, and whole day he decides that he will not do anything wrong. It's a big bargain. Even socially, that is why in India we created a system of the sannyasis. We are not afraid of homeless people. I was surprised here when we drive in the car, if a homeless person comes near and stands and asks for $1, people raise their windows. They say, no, Swamiji, don't give. You don't know. They may be having weapons. People are afraid of homeless people. But in India, either we give or we don't care. That's all. We are not afraid. We are not afraid. The fear does not exist. Homeless means not criminals. In India, when they take up the role of a sadhu, sannyasi, they are given everything. All the basic needs are fulfilled, and they also decide that we will not be anti-social elements. We will support if at all we can, otherwise we will keep quiet and eat and sleep. Anyhow, this king has decided, whoever comes with these symbols, we will respect. And the whole city came to know. The whole city, all beggars, overnight conversion. All of them have become Shiva Bhaktas. After a few years, his enemy thought, I should kill this guy. If I go in any other way, this guy will catch. They will kill me. If I go with all this Rudraksha and all this Bhasma, like a Shiva Bhakta, he will not kill me. And let me see his dedication for his ideology. The story says, it is not even story, it is a history. It happened. The guy came, the enemy came with all that dress of a devotee and asked the king that I should speak to you alone. I want to teach you something. King said, sure, he told all the assistants, guardians to leave, security to leave. Then he stabbed, put the knife on the king's stomach. The king was about to die. He called the security and told, see that he is taken care and nobody punishes him. Escort him till our territory is over, because people may kill him, people may disturb him. He is wearing all these things of Shiva, means he is wearing all the things related to Shiva, the Bhasma and Rudraksha. As long as he wears all these things, it's my vow to respect. So see that he is respected inside our territory. So escort him till our territory. See, understand? He is dying. He is dying. And he understood it's his enemy. But dedication to the ideology. Understand? At least 1,000 kings ruled that province, that territory. His name is still alive. All South Indian Hindu temples will have his statue. Still they have his statue. He is one of the 63 great Saiva saints. All South Indian temple. No other king would have had so many statues. Still his murtis are there. People worship him, remember him. The day he was killed, still they remember him. Big celebration means the puja and offerings are conducted. Just to understand and give respect to his commitment to the ideology, his commitment to the truth. Understand, you are also going to die and I am also going to die. All of us are going to die. But a person who is committed to one ideology dies gracefully. Even if he dies, he lives forever. He lives forever. Still we remember him. I remembered him. That's why I am able to tell this story. There are so many other kings. It's not that they have not died. They all have died, but nobody is remembered. He is remembered. Understand? Having the clarity, putting the ideology as the main theme of the life, giving respect to the ideology much more than your fear or death. If the ideology or the honesty penetrates your being more than your fear or greed, more than your life, your greed for life, then the truth will start descending on you. You are ready for the truth. People talk all nonsense. I have seen people coming and trying to argue with me. Some big words. In initial itself I stop them. You are wasting your time. Just I stop them. Two things. Either you know or you don't know. People come and try to ask me big question. And I tell them, you see, let us have the first clarity. If you think you know, I am ready to listen. Please teach me. Or if you think you don't know, then listen. I'll teach you. But you can't say you know something and you want me to add something more on that. No. That is just foolishness. Either you know completely or you don't know completely. Be very clear about the truth. No, I know something, but I want you to teach a little more. Or just trying to show that I know. That's where the problem starts. Then nothing can be done. Nobody can help you. I always avoid this kind of arguments or this kind of talk. The problem is, always this kind of talk will lead to very bitter experience. Because these guys have decided very clearly that there are few things which they know. Or they want to prove, at least in the group, that they don't want to tell that they don't know. Now what to do? And if you take the truth core to the, if you take the step by step deeper and deeper, they will lose their grounds. Now either they have to show that they are ignorant or they have to use some violent word to protect them. That's where it will end. some sharp word. I always tell people, this kind of arguments will end in bitter experience. Please let us not entertain. The difficulty is honesty to the ideology does not exist. We have too many big words, theories, but never true to the core, true to what we know. Never the truth has become such an important thing in our life. Go on and on and on, read something here and there, and just entertain yourself. See, if you are just reading some books, it can be good entertainment, but not to enlightenment. Entertainment is different from enlightenment. Just because you are entertained with some good books or some intellectual books, don't think you are enlightened. Understand, these books which helps you to sharpen your logic or gives you more and more words, they give you a sort of a pseudo satisfaction that you know. That is where the problem starts. They give you the pseudo satisfaction that you know. No. See, with this king, this great devotee, just one ideology. I will be devoted to Shiva's devotees. He might have died. Of course, the story says, because he was cool and calm and integrated, even at the time of death, he achieved enlightenment, and the Shiva appeared and gave darshan and liberated him. Whether Shiva appeared or not, I don't know. I can be sure that he would have achieved enlightenment. For his integrity, so calm, integrated, even during the death, he is enlightened and nothing else is required. That is the ultimate. In Ramana Maharshi's life, there is a beautiful incident. First time when he heard from his relative, one uncle, the word Arunachala. He did not even know Arunachala is some place, there is a hill and all those things. Just that word, he says, just that word is enough. Very clearly I know that I am connected to it, that's all. Sometimes just a word, that click happens. Here Shiva is throwing all possible words so that as much clicks as possible let it happen. He is using all possible things. Whoever feels connected to whatever thing, let them feel connected. I am also talking on all these techniques. If you suddenly feel connected to one technique, then start playing with it, start doing it. Many people came and told me, Swamiji, I felt very deeply connected to the technique of anger. Day before yesterday's technique. A day before yesterday what we are speaking, I felt really connected to that technique, Swamiji, because that is an everyday problem for you. That's everyday problem. Understand one more thing, that technique is not given for anger management. Anger management happens as a side effect. What we do, usually when anger comes, we just put our attention on the energy instead of putting our energy on the other person, and we see in a few minutes anger disappears, because when you don't visualize the person's face again and again inside your mind, inner space, the anger will not be there. The anger will disappear. Immediately we think, oh, now anger has disappeared, why should I practice? Leave it. No. Then you will have anger again. You will have anger again. No. Even when you don't feel the anger, just try to find from where that emotion came. What was the source? And go into the source. Till you achieve the source, do not leave the technique. Do not use the technique just for anger management. If you are using the technique just for anger management, it's like using a diamond just to cut your brinjal. You got a beautiful diamond, and all you do is you cut your brinjal and potato in the morning. Do not use meditation techniques just for stress management. It is not just for stress management. It has got far more greater utility and truth behind it. Stress management is one side effect. The big problem in the West, yoga has been reduced to just an exercise. Yoga has been not just used, abused. That's the right word I have to use, abused. And I always tell people, do not learn from unenlightened sources. Learn even if you take little time, because enlightened masters will always be, they will respect that method, they will respect the tradition, they will respect that reproduction method. They will not give you in 1 week teacher training certificate. No. I have done 5 teacher training, still I have not certified anybody. Still I am telling them, no, I have one more training. For our 2-day workshop, 5 teachers training we did. Still I am telling, no, read little more. Reproduce authentically the words. Because more experience oriented, not just certificate oriented. I was surprised when this, I was really surprised that just 100 hours training and you can become a teacher. And what these guys will do? Yoga is reduced just to physical exercise, and meditation is reduced just as a mental exercise. No. One utility of yoga is health, but not health alone. Ramana Maharshi says, just that one word, I felt so deeply connected. I know I am connected to it. Same way, Shiva is using all possible words, all possible techniques, so that you may feel connected to someone. Some one word, one technique, you may suddenly feel connected. One more thing, you are not 100% cunning. Even in cunningness, you are not 100% true. That is the problem. So there is some part where you are innocent. He is trying to touch that part by throwing so many words. You see, cunningness means not complete. That's the meaning of the cunningness. If you are complete in any one ideology, you will be innocent. Because you are not complete, that's why you are cunning. It means you are not cunning even 100%. Even in that, there is a patch of innocence in you. Shiva is trying to touch that patch. At some point, you are tired. By evening, you are tired of your cunningness. And you want to be innocent. See, sitting with kids and playing is nothing but your thirst, your quest to be innocent. Why do you feel so happy?
On 23rd March 2012, the Supreme Council of Hinduism conducted a question and answer session, answering the question of each and everyone who were attending that day's presidential address. Swamiji explained that the whole thought process of not being centered on ourselves, but being centered on others is tyaga, sacrifice. Swamiji encouraged everyone to constantly remember that our body is a temple of consciousness, and that we should continuously live with this awareness. On 23rd March 2013, the Supreme Council of Hinduism conducted the Day 11 of the Indian Awakening Convention. And during that day's presidential address, Swamiji expanded on the Katha Upanishads chapter 2, 6 verse, the blind leading the blind. He observed that when disciples comment to each other about him, they are only discussing their predictions of him, not the conscious perceptions. Disciples should learn to think and speak with authenticity and integrity. Then they'll be using the language of God, the Deva Bhasha. On 23rd March 2014, Swamiji conducted the Day 18 of the Indian Awakening Convention at Haridwar, Uttarakhand, India. During that day's presidential address, Nithyananda Swamiji explained the science of rewriting our future is the proven way to get what we want in life. We basically need to understand why and how and when we wrote our life as we experience it now. Once we make those connections, understanding that we wrote it, not somebody else, we can complete with the past story. Now we are ready to move on to writing the story of a grand, fulfilling future. On 23rd March 2015, the Supreme Council of Hinduism continued on the Living Advaita series and the revelations from the Ishavasya Upanishads. In verse 7, Yasmin Sarvani Bhutani Atmaiva Bhut Vichanatha Tatra Komo Hakashoka Ekatvamanupashyataha. Swamiji continued expanding on the love current of Mahadeva from the verse 7 of the Ishavasya Upanishad. It is a jump-start method to reach the experience and also the utility to apply the experience of ekatvam or oneness in our life. It is a love that makes us experience oneness immediately and makes us live oneness, Advaita. On 23rd March 2016, the Supreme Council of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam presided over the holy celebrations that took place in KAILASA, Bengaluru. Below are some of the pictures taken during the holy celebrations. The Supreme Council of Hinduism was invited to the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva temple and celebrations began after the arrival of Supreme Council of Hinduism. On 23rd March 2018, Supreme Council of Hinduism revealed that Tyaga is a catalyst for the realization of the conscious truth. From the expanded on the physics of Guru-disciple relationship. And on this day, the Nithyananda Yoga teachers, training and delegates were engaged by Sanskrit lesson with the priests of the Nithyanandeshwara Devasthan. On the other side, the Omanadinam devotees offered puja and prasada on the occasion of Chaitra Nakshatra, Chaitra Navaratri to receive the blessings of Devi and Supreme Council of Hinduism.
Yaha passes multiple things because it's not ingredient, it's a catalyst.
I tell you, only a man who has the guts to play with the unknown can really love. Only they can love and they can receive love, they can radiate.
மனமுறு தருணம் தலைவனாய்
Upcoming program.
On 23rd March 2020, the Supreme Panel of Hinduism, after the great second fast, started radiating Paramashiva through his physical body. During this period of the great fast, Swami delivered extraordinary powerful messages and initiations every day. And today, during that day's public talk, Nithyananda Satsang, Paramashiva revealed that although human beings are not ready to receive him, humanity planet needs him. Out of compassion, Swami decided to manifest Paramashiva decided to manifest using the body, muscle memory, and bioenergy of Supreme Panel of Hinduism, and nullify the collective negativity on the planet. Paramashiva declared that in the future, Equator will serve as the Karma Bhumi, the land where the conscious alchemic process will happen on a large scale. He further revealed that Supreme Panel of Hinduism has long been giving the direct message from Paramashiva for initiates to internalize. And now Paramashiva himself is here as Mahakala to liberate initiates from the lower states of consciousness. On 23rd March 2021, the Supreme Panel of Hinduism delivered the most auspicious Mahakala about Samadhi Darshan. Let us now understand what is Kala. Kala is the dimension of the universe in which the vibration component, the Parashakti component of Paramashiva is manifesting. Just zoom out, see the space where Big Bang and black holes are happening. Simultaneously, billions of planets, suns, moons, stars moving, taking birth, living for millions of years, and disappearing simultaneously. That space is Kala. Mahakala has a lot of time and space, has a lot of time and integrity. He holds the key to cosmic archives, the Akashik records, which contains past, present, and future. With this, now let's get ready to receive the darshan of the Parashakti, the Supreme Panel of Hinduism. We'll now be entering into the meditation. I request everyone to sit with your eyes closed as we enter into the meditation to receive the grace and blessings of Supreme Panel of Hinduism.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
கையிலையில் தரும் நித்யனின் தரிசனம் தன்னை தான் அறியவே இவை அசைவிடும் தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் மறைப்பொருளாயிருந்து திரை விலகி திருவடி தொகும் தரிசனம் பிறை சூடிய சடை நாரனின் திருவுரு தரிசனமே மறைப்பொருளாயிரு எல்லாம் ஓடி உரையனுள் உணர்ந்தெல்லவா உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் என் தரிசனம் கண்ணை தான் அறியவே இமையசைவில் தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் பகலுமே முந்திரு கண்ணில் அசையுதே நாங்கள் என்ன கோள்கள் என்ன உம்மை பற்றிட ஏழு புவனங்களும் உம்மை சுற்றிட பொருளும் அருளும் தர மனதின் இருவிலக பரமசிவ தரிசனம் மாயை வென்று விட ஞானம் பெற்று விட மோட்சம் தரும் தரிசனம் பல சித்த புருஷர்களின் ஞானி யோகிகளின் தவமெனின் தரிசனம் அடியும் முடியையும் ஒன்றாய் காண்பதற்கு கையிலையில் தரிசனம் சதுர்வேத கோஷமுடன் நாத கீதங்களின் ஒளியில் தரிசனம் உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் என் தரிசனம் கண்ணை தான் அறியவே இமையசைவிடு தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் என் தரிசனம் கண்ணை தான் அறியவே இமையசைவிடு தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் மித்தை கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரமஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் மித்தை கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரமஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். மெய்ப்பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் யாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் மெய்ப்பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் யாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். உள்ளும் பூரமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடித்தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகியே ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் உள்ளும் பூரமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடித்தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகியே ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். ஆப்த வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்த்தித்த பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் ஆப்த வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்த்தித்த பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். புண்ணிய கேத்திரம் தனிலே நித்யன் உன்னத நீலை ஊழத்தில் வருமே விண்ணவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுடை ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் புண்ணிய கேத்திரம் தனிலே நித்யன் உன்னத நீலை ஊழத்தில் வருமே விண்ணவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுடை ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். முப்புரி நூலை தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூலம் காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை தொண்டர் கருள்வான் முப்புரி நூலை தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூலம் காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை தொண்டர் கருள்வான் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். பேரறிவு பொருள் நித்யன் உலகாளும் ஊரை மன்னவர் கழித்தவன் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரனாக அருள் செய்திட்டே எம்மை ஆட்கொண்டிடும் நித்யன் பேரறிவு பொருள் நித்யன் உலகாளும் ஊரை மன்னவர் கழித்தவன் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரனாக அருள் செய்திட்டே எம்மை ஆட்கொண்டிடும் நித்யன் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார். நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார். பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமனையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் ஆட்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய். பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமனையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் ஆட்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். எண்ணிலா வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எழுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வினைகள் களைந்தான். எண்ணிலா வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எழுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வினைகள் களைந்தான். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். ஆனந்தமாய் என்னுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி வீட்டிருந்தருள்வான். மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாய் நித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான். ஆனந்தமாய் என்னுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி வீட்டிருந்தருள்வான். மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாய் நித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். வெற்றி குதிரை எதியே அடியார்கள் கூரைகளை ஏற்கின்ற நித்யன் சூழும் உறவினரோடு வந்த பாசந்தனை யாரு தேயம்மை காப்பான். வெற்றி குதிரை எரியே அடியார்கள் கூரைகளை ஏற்கின்ற நித்யன் சூழும் உறவினரோடு வந்த பாசம் தானை யாரு தேயம்மை காப்பான். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பீடித்தோம். நித்யன் பாதம் ஒன்றி சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம். நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பீடித்தோம். நித்யம் பாதம் ஒன்றி சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். திருநீரு இது நித்யானந்த திருநீரு. நித்யானந்த திருநீரு இது நித்யானந்த திருநீரு. நித்யானந்த திருநீரு இது நித்யானந்த திருநீரு நித்யானந்த திருநீரு இது நித்யானந்த திருநீரு திருநீரு இது நித்யானந்த திருநீரு நித்யானந்த திருநீரு இது நித்யானந்த திருநீரு
ॐ नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all of you sitting with us. Sarvanya Pita Kartas, Ejamans, Manifestors, Sarvabarityagis, Kailasians, Ministers, Ambassadors, Diplomats, E-Diplomats, citizens of Kailasa, everyone sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Physics of conscious sovereignty is all about developing a physical body which is capable of manifesting the conscious sovereignty, which is capable of going with the conscious sovereignty boldly, courageously, authentically. Understand? The whole problem you face in your life
all problems. Whether you don't have wealth, you don't have happy relationships, you don't have what you want in your life, you don't manifest power, any problem you think you have, which you think you don't have, or which you know you have, which you don't have, which you think you don't have but you have, anything. All your problems, the sole cause is physically you collapsing. Listen. If your stomach is strong, you will never decide to break up a relationship or go for a divorce. If your brain is cool to perceive the inputs of all five senses and process it coolly without friction, you will never be poor. Your brain getting hot, stressed, even the stressed word is more like a mental, and I'll use the word physical words. Your brain getting heated up, physically getting heated up, and not processing the information. That is why during the summer, traditionally, during the summer, the Agni Nakshatra, we call it as Agni Nakshatra period, we are not supposed to start any big project, any big work, because the mind actually gets mapped on brain. So brain is the source from which mind operates. If the brain is heated up, and it gets heated up during the heat wave months, if the brain is heated up, you will not have a larger vision, ability to receive information and process information and take decisions. For India, it is Agni Nakshatra. I think Canada and US is going through now the heat wave. Canada, US, I think even Australia, in Europe, some parts, that heat wave is happening. Wherever the heat wave is happening, those countries, this is the Agni Nakshatra time for them. See, the intense heat wave is the time called Agni Nakshatra. So listen, all your problems are not because of mental collapse, it is because of brain collapse. Actually, mind is neither good nor bad because it doesn't exist. How can you call somebody who doesn't have an existence as good or bad? It doesn't exist. How many million times I have shown to people, before coming to Energy Darshan, they will hate their whole life, themselves, whole world, everything. All I do is just one touch on the third eye, maybe few seconds, my hands on their shoulder, looking into their eyes. Enna vanunganne? The fellow is already forgotten what he wants in the life. இது போதாதுன்னு ஒரு ஹக் வேற, முடிஞ்சு போச்சு அவன். அடுத்த 3 ஜென்மத்துக்கு அவனுக்கு எதுவும் தேவையும் படாது, என்ன வேணும்னு தோணாது. And the moment he goes from the energization, he loves everything he sees. Himself, others, world, everything. Because mind doesn't exist. Only brain exists. When the brain is raised to the higher frequency, the whole mind starts operating differently. People ask me how we are just transformed with one energy darshan. Because I don't try to work on your mind, I just work on your body. I just work on your body. You being told your problems are due to mind is the worst brainwashing done to you. Your problems are actually physical. If you understand, it is all about physical. You can easily solve it. See, when you flare up, how your stomach is. Whenever the same sensation comes to your stomach, be very clear you are going to flare up now. You don't need a reason externally. When you get honey, see the feeling your body carries. Whenever that feeling comes back into the body, be very clear you are going to experience the same honeyness. It's not that you need an external stimulation. So understand, if you find the right problem, if you diagnose the problem rightly, you can solve the problem, you can liberate yourself. Throbhava, delusion, is not mental, it is physical. When you say your body, you accept your creation is centered on your body, your sustenance is centered on your body, you perceive even your death or destruction based on your body, then why are you trying to perceive your delusion in mind? That is also body, physical. Don't you see your srishti, creation, sthiti, sustenance, samhara, destruction, all these are centered on your body. You agree that? Then why you are not agreeing? Your delusion is also centered on body. It may have its own impact on your mind, but it is sourced, rooted, centered on body. So, whenever you have a depression, you have mood swings, you have panic attack, you have any problem, attend to the body first. Many times I have seen people attending only the mind. If you attend only the mind, the problem will come back within next few days. and you will start losing confidence on yourself. So understand, the physics of conscious sovereignty is all about making your body right, perfect for manifesting Paramashiva. I have a very beautiful Tirumandiram I want to share with you all. Listen carefully, then I'll translate and give you the deeper meaning. I first bow down to Paramashiva and Tirumular. These great verses are directly what Tirumular heard from Paramashiva in Kailasa. He gave it in beautiful poetry form. பதிபசு பாசம் எனப்பகர் மூன்றில் பதியினை போர்பசு பாசம் அனாதி பதியினை சென்றணுகாப்பசு பாசம் பதி அணுகிற்பசு பாசம் நிலாவே. Listen. I'll try to translate and give you the meaning. Padi pasu pasam. Padi is Paramashiva. Pasu is the individual soul which feels it has lost conscious sovereignty. It is chained, bound. It feels it is suffocated. It's under bondage. That individual soul which experiences bondage is pasu. Pasam is the bondage itself. The idea of delusion itself is pasam. Listen. பதி பசு பாசம் எனப்பகர் மூன்றில் பதியினை போர் பசு பாசம் அனாதி. It means padi, pasu, pasam. All three are eternal. He uses one word. Padiyinai pol pasu pasam anadi means like padi, pasu and pasam also anadi. Anadi means there is no beginning or end. Because he uses the word like padi, it is not like all the qualities of padi, pasu and pasam also have, but this quality of beginningless as is attributed to Padi is reflected on Pasam and Pasu also. Understand? He's not saying Padi, Pasu, Pasam, Anadi. No. He's saying Padiyinai pol Pasu, Pasam, Anadi. It means only the quality of the Anadi of Padi is attributed to Pasu and Pasam. When I elaborately explain, you will be able to understand what I am trying to convey through this. It's a very deep, subtle truth which you all need to understand. Just by understanding, you will experience conscious sovereignty. Padiyinai sendru anuga pasu pasam. The bound soul and the delusion both cannot reach the Padi, Paramashiva, ultimate. But Padi anugir pasu pasam nilave. If the Paramashiva comes, the individual soul and the delusion both loses its identity. They can't stand there. They can't be there. Layers and layers and layers of truths revealed in this one verse. First thing, you can never win delusion by working on delusion. The individual bound soul can never be liberated by itself working on anything. Only when Padi, Paramashiva approaches, the individual soul loses its individuality and is liberated. Same way, only when the Padi approaches, Paramashiva approaches, the delusion disappears. Importance of Shaktini Pada and Shakti Pada. Importance of Padi, Paramashiva approaching you. That is why the last word beautiful. Padi anugir pasupasam nilave. Padiyinai sendru anuga pasupasam. Neither the individual soul nor the delusion can go near Padi, Paramashiva. Because how do you know? What is Paramashiva? Paramashiva has to approach you. Listen, he is approaching you by giving a clear understanding. Shaktipada and Shaktinipada. Padi pasu pasam yenapagar mundril. Padiyinai pol pasu pasam anadi. Padiyinai sendru anuga pasu pasam. Means the pasu, the bound soul, and the delusion both can never go to Paramashiva, Padi. This also has multiple meaning. Means neither the bound soul can reach Paramashiva, nor the delusion can bind Paramashiva. But if Paramashiva comes, the Pasu bound soul is liberated and the Pasam delusion disappears, dissolves. Padi means Paramashiva ultimate. Pasu means bound soul, individual jiva. Pasam means delusion. I am giving you the rough translation. If I speak in Tamil, explaining this 4 line, it may go 4 hours. So I'll just give you the translation in English. பதிபசு பாசம் எனப்பகர் மூன்றில் பதியினைப் போல் பசு பாசம் அனாதி. பதிக்கு பல்வேறு விதமான சர்வஸ்வதந்திரமான ஸ்வபாவமான தன்னை கட்டுப்படுத்தாத தான் கட்டுக்குள் வைத்திருக்கும் சத்குணங்கள் பலவாயிரம் உண்டு. அந்த பலவாயிரம் சத்குணங்களிலே ஒன்று அனாதித்தன்மை. ஆதி இல்லாத தன்மை அனாதித்தன்மை. பதிக்கு இருக்கின்ற பல்வேறு சத்குணங்களிலே அனாதித்தன்மை மாத்திரம் பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்திற்கும் உண்டென்று சொல்வதற்காகத்தான் பதியினை தனியாய் வைத்து பதியினை போல் பசுபாசம் அனாதி என்கின்றார் திருமூலப் பெருமான். பதி பசு பாசம் அனாதி என்று சொல்லவில்லை. பதி பசு பாசம் அனாதி என்று சொன்னால் பதிக்கு இருக்கின்ற பல்வேறு சத்குணங்கள் சார்ந்து வருகின்ற அனாதித்தன்மை பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்திற்கும் உண்டு என்று ஆகிவிடும். அது பரம அத்வைதத்திற்கு பாதகம், இழுக்கு. பரம அத்வைதத்திற்கு பாதகமோ இழுக்கோ மாற்றாகவோ சுத்தாத்வைத சைவ சித்தாந்தம் அமையவில்லை. சுத்தாத்வைத சைவ சித்தாந்தம் ஞான சுகபோத பரமாத்வைத சத்தியத்தையே சென்றடையும் வழிமுறைகளையும் சீராக்கி வடக்கிலே பல இடங்களில் கங்கைக்கு கருங்கல் படித்துறை கிடையாது. அப்படியே போய் இறங்கி குளிக்கணும். அது பல நேரத்தில் பாதுகாப்பு இல்லாமல் போகும். ஆனா கருங்கல் படித்துறை இருந்தால் செல்வதும் வருவதும் சிறப்பாய் பாதுகாப்பாய் இருக்கும். காசியில பாத்தீங்கன்னா எல்லாம் கருங்கல் படித்துறையா இருக்கும். அதே மாதிரிதான் சுத்தாத்வைத சைவ சித்தாந்தம் தெளிந்த கருங்கல் படித்துறையாக அனுபூதிக்கு, பரமாத்வைத அனுபூதிக்கு இனிமையாக எளிமையாக முறையாக செல்வதற்கான கருங்கல் கட்டுமான படித்துறையாகத்தான் சுத்தாத்வைத சைவ சித்தாந்த சத்தியம் விளங்குகிறதே அன்றி பரமாத்வைதத்திற்கு பாதகமாகவோ பங்கமாகவோ மாற்றாகவோ ஒரு கீற்று கூட சுத்தாத்வைத சைவம் சொல்லவில்லை என்பதே அறுதியான இறுதியான உறுதியான சத்தியம். ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். பதிக்கு இருக்கும் எல்லா சத்குணங்களின் காரணத்தின் பொருட்டு வந்த அனாதித்தன்மை பசுவுக்கோ பாசத்திற்கோ கிடையாது. பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்திற்கும் இந்த அனாதித்தன்மை மாத்திரமே உண்டு. அதன் காரணங்களான மற்ற சத்குணங்கள் கிடையாது. அதனாலதான் 4வது வரியிலே தெளிவாக சொல்லுகின்றார் திருமூலப் பெருமான், பதி அணுகில் பசு பாசம் நிலாவே அப்படின்னும் போது பதிக்கு இருக்கின்ற பரம அனாதி தன்மை பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்திற்கும் சாட்டப்பட இயலாது. பதிக்கு இருக்கின்ற பல்வேறு சத்குணங்களில் ஒன்றான அனாதித்தன்மை மாத்திரமே பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்திற்கும் சாட்டப்பட இயலுமே தவிர பதிக்கு இருக்கின்ற காரணங்களால் வந்த அனாதித்தன்மை பதிக்கு இருக்கின்ற அனாதித்தன்மைக்கு வந்த எல்லா காரணங்கள் அந்த சத்குணங்களால் வந்த அனாதித்தன்மை பசுவுக்கோ பாசத்திற்கோ சாட்ட இயலாதது. அதனாலதான் தனியா பிரிக்கிறார் திருமூலப் பெருமான். பதியினை போல் பசுபாசம் அனாதி. பதிக்கு சமமான அனாதித்தன்மை பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்துக்கும் உண்டுன்னா திருமூலப் பெருமான் நடுவுல போல் என்கின்ற வார்த்தையை சொல்ல வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. பதி பசு பாசம் மூன்றும் அனாதி அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருக்க முடியும். சொல்லல. அவர் என்ன சொல்றாரு? பதியினை போல் பசுவும் பாசமும் அனாதி. அப்படின்னா என்ன சொல்ல வர்றாருன்னா, அனாதி என்கின்ற ஒரு தன்மை மாத்திரமே பதியைப் போல் பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்துக்கும் உண்டே தவிர பதிக்கு அனாதிக்கான காரண சத்குணங்கள் எல்லாம் பசுவுக்கோ பாசத்திற்கோ சாட்டப்பட இயலாது. அதனாலதான் மூன்றாவது வரியில் சொல்றார், பதி அணுகில் பசுபாசம் நிலாவே. பசுவும் பாசமும் இல்லாது போகும் பதி வரும்போது. ஒருவேளை பதிக்கு இருக்கின்ற எல்லா விதமான சத்குணங்களின் காரணங்களால் வந்த அனாதித்தன்மை பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்திற்கும் இருக்குமானால் பதி அணுகும் போது பசுவும் பாசமும் நிலாது போக வேண்டிய அவசியம் இலாது போவதனால் இங்கு திருமூலப் பெருமான் அறுதியாகவும் உறுதியாகவும் நான்காவது வரியினிலே திருமூலப் பெருமானுடைய வழக்கமான நடைமுறை என்னன்னா, முதல் வரியிலே அறிமுகம், இரண்டாம் வரியிலே விளக்கம், மூன்றாம் வரியிலே அறுதிக்கான காரணம், நான்காம் வரியில் அறுதி தீர்ப்பு. இப்படித்தான் திருமூலப் பெருமான் தன்னுடைய பாடல்களை எல்லாம் வகுத்து வச்சிருக்கார். நான்காவது வரி அறுதி தீர்ப்பு. இன்னொரு அருமையான பாடல். பாசம் பசுவானதாகும் இச்சாலோகம், பாசம் அருளானதாகும் இச்சாமீபம், பாசம் சிரமானதாகும் இச்சாரூபம், பாசம் கரைபதி சாயுஜ்யமே. அதுக்கப்புறம் விளக்கம் சொல்றேன். இப்போ இந்த ஒன்றை புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நான் சொல்லுவது ஒரு ஆழமான தத்துவம். அதாவது இந்த பிரபஞ்ச அறிவியலோட யூனிட், அலகு தத்துவம். இந்த வெளி உலக அறிவியல்ல பல்வேறு விதமான அலகுகள், யூனிட் நாம உபயோகப்படுத்துறோம். செல், மூலக்கூறு, அளவை முறைகளில் நாம் உபயோகப்படுத்துற மில்லிமீட்டர், மில்லி லிட்டர், அலகுகள், அளவைகள், இவைகளில் எல்லாம் நாம யூஸ் பண்ற அலகுகள் யூனிட். எப்படி அடிப்படை பாடமோ அதுபோல பிரபஞ்ச அறிவியலில் தத்துவம் அடிப்படை பாடம்.
இந்த பதி பசு பாசம் சார்ந்த தெளிந்த தத்துவ அறிவு உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையை பெரிய ஆனந்தத்திற்குள் உண்டாக்கும், பெரு நன்மைக்குள் கொண்டு சேர்க்கும். நான் சொல்வது வெறும் வார்த்தை சார்ந்த அறிவு அல்ல, நேரடியாக உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையில் நீங்கள் வாழக்கூடிய தத்துவ தெளிவு, யூனிட் ஆஃப் காஸ்மிக் சயின்ஸ், பிரபஞ்ச அறிவியலின் அலகு தத்துவம். திருமூலப் பெருமான் பதி பசு பாசம் என்பதை பற்றி சொல்லுகின்ற அலகு தத்துவம், யூனிட் பிரின்சிபிள், அதை புரிந்து கொண்டீர்களானால் உங்களுடைய டெல்யூஷன், பாசம் கழன்று போவது மட்டுமல்லாது, பதியே உங்களுக்கு இப்பொழுது உங்களை அணுகி பசுவை பற்றியும் பாசத்தை பற்றியும் தெளிவை அறிவிப்பதனால், சக்திபாத சக்தினீபாத தீட்சையாய் அளிப்பதனால் உங்கள் பசு பாசம் விலகி பதி உங்களுக்குள் பழுத்து மலர்ந்து பழவினை தீர்த்து பரமசிவமாய் எழுந்தருளி சாலோக்கிய சாமீபிய சாரூபிய சாயுஜ்ய முக்தி தந்தருள்வான். இது சத்தியம். ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். திருமூலப் பெருந்தகை எளிய சூத்திரங்களாய் பிரபஞ்ச அறிவியலின் அலகைச் சொல்லுகின்றார். பதியினைப் போல் பசு பாசம் அனாதி. பதிக்கு அனாதி குணம் வருவதற்கான காரணம் இஸ் செல்ஃப் ஃபியூவல்ட், ஸ்வயம் பிரகாசம், ஸ்வயம் ஜோதி. தன்னுடைய பஞ்ச கிருத்தியங்களையும் இயக்கிக் கொள்வதற்கான எரிபொருளும் தானாகவே இருக்கின்ற, தனக்கு வெளியிலிருந்து வேறொரு எரிபொருளோ ஊக்குவிப்பு சக்தியோ தேவைப்படாத தன்னுடைய ஸ்வயம் பிரகாச குணத்தினாலே அவருக்கு அனாதித்தன்மை வந்தது. இதுபோன்று பல்வேறு சத்குணங்களால் அவருடைய இருப்புக்கு அனாதித்தன்மை வந்தது. ஆனால் பசுவுக்கோ, பந்த ஜீவனான பசுவுக்கோ, உங்களுக்கோ, அல்லது பாசமான மாயைக்கோ, டெல்யூஷன் துரோபாவத்திற்கோ தங்களுக்கு தாங்களே எரிசக்தியாக, ஃபியூவலாக, நிரந்தரமாக இருந்து கொள்ளுகின்ற இருப்போ, தங்கள் உயிர்ப்பிற்கு தேவையான சக்தியை புனரமைத்துக் கொள்ளக்கூடிய சாத்தியமோ இல்லாததனால் பதிக்கு சாட்டப்படுகின்ற அனாதித்தன்மையின் காரணங்களாகிய சத்குணங்கள் எல்லாம் பசுவுக்கோ பாசத்திற்கோ இல்லாது போவதனால் அவருக்கு இருக்கின்ற அனாதித்தன்மையை மாத்திரம்தான் பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்திற்கும் சாட்ட முடியுமே தவிர, அவருக்கு இருக்கின்ற எல்லா காரணங்களையும் அந்த காரணங்களின் காரணத்தால் மலர்ந்திட்ட அனாதித்தன்மையும் இவர்களுக்கு இல்லை என்பதும், அதனால்தான் பதி பசுவையும் பாசத்தையும் அணுகினால் பசுவும் பாசமும் தன்னிலை கழன்று
தன்னிலை இழந்து பதியோடு இரண்டு அற, இரண்டும் அற ஒன்றும் அற கரைகின்றார்கள். அதாவது கரைகின்ற பாசம் இல்லாமல் போய் பதியும் பசுவும் மட்டும் இருந்தால் துவைத்தம், கரைகின்ற பாசம் பசு இரண்டும் கரைந்து போய் பதிமாத்திரம் இருந்தால் அத்வைத்தம், கரைகின்ற பசுவும் பாசமும் இரண்டும் பதிக்குள் கரைந்ததனால் பதி என்கின்ற தனி கருத்து கூட இல்லாமல் போயிருக்கும். இருப்பதே இருப்பாய் இருப்பதே பரமாத்வைத்தம். இந்த சத்தியங்களை ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். ஒவ்வொரு வார்த்தையும் சூத்திரம். திருமூலப் பெருந்தகை அருளிய திருமந்திரத்தின் ஒவ்வொரு வார்த்தையும் சூத்திரம். நன்றாக புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். எப்பெல்லாம் நீங்க உங்களை சுத்தி இருக்கவங்களுக்கும் நீங்க இருக்கிற ஸ்பேஸுக்கும் தொடர்பே இல்லாம இருக்குன்னு நீங்க ஃபீல் பண்றீங்களா, அப்பெல்லாம் உங்களுக்கு வெக்கமா இருக்கும். என்னப்பா அவங்கெல்லாம் ஒரு மாதிரி நினைக்கிறாங்க, நான் ஏதோ ஒரு மாதிரி நினைச்சிட்டு இருக்கிறேன். அவங்கெல்லாம் ஒரு மூட்ல இருக்காங்க, நான் ஒரு மூட்ல இருக்கேன். உங்களுக்கு ஏதோ ஒரு அனீசியா இருக்கும், ஷையா ஃபீல் பண்ணுவீங்க. அதே மாதிரி திருமந்திரம் மாதிரி பெரும் ஞான சத்தியங்களை சொல்லும் பொழுது என்னை ஞான வெட்கம் கவுகிறது. காரணம் என்னன்னா, நீங்க ஒரு மூட்ல இருக்கீங்க, நான் ஏதோ இன்னொரு மூட்ல இருந்து பேசிட்டு இருக்கிற மாதிரி ஃபீலிங்கா இருக்கிறதுனால ஞான வெட்கம் என்னை கவ்வுவதனால்தான் இது போன்ற பெரும் சத்திய சாத்திரங்களை, அதனுள் இருக்கும் தத்துவார்த்த சத்தியங்களை என்னை ஞான வெட்கம் கவ்வாத அளவிற்கு மாத்திரம் எவ்வாறு புரிய வைக்க முடியுமோ அந்த அளவுக்கு மட்டும் புரிய வைத்துவிட்டு இருந்து விடுவது என் வழக்கம். ஞான வெட்கம் கவ்வினாலும் சத்தியத்தை சொல்லுவது என்கின்ற முடிவெடுத்ததனால் சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பதி பசு பாசம் எனப்பகர் மூன்றில் பதியினை போல் பசு பாசம் அனாதி, பதியினை சென்றணுகாப் பசு பாசம், பதி அணுகில் பசுபாசம் நிலாவே. பதி பசு பாசம் மூணுமே அனாதின்னா திருமூலப் பெருமான் போல் அப்படிங்கிற வார்த்தையை சொல்ல வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை. கம்பேர் பண்றாருனால என்ன சொல்ல வர்றாருன்னா, அது மாதிரி இல்ல. ஏன்னா மூணாவது வரியிலேயே அடுத்து இன்னொரு தெளிவான சத்தியத்தை சொல்றார். பதியினை சென்று அணுகா பசுபாசம். அதாவது பசுவும் பாசமும் பதியினை சென்று அணுக முடியாது. ஒருவேளை பசுவும் பாசமும் பதியைப் போன்றே எல்லா விதமான சத்குணங்களின் காரணத்தினால் வந்த அனாதியாக இருக்குமானால் இவைகள் இரண்டும் அவரை அணுக முடியும். முடியாதுங்கிறாரு. நான்காவது வரியில் தெளிவா ஜட்ஜ்மெண்ட் தீர்ப்பு எழுதிடுறார். பதி அணுகினால் பசுவும் பாசமும் நிலாவே. தீட்சை சக்தி பாதமும் சக்தினி பாதமும் தீட்சை. உங்களுக்குள்ள இருக்கிற அந்த பந்த ஜீவனான பசுவை விடுவித்து விடும்.
பந்தமான துரோபாவமான டெல்யூஷன், மாயையை, மயக்கத்தை இல்லாது செய்துவிடும். இது மொத்தமுமே நடக்கிறதுக்கான அடிப்படையாக செய்ய வேண்டியது உடலை தயார் செய்தல். உடலை தயார் செய்யுதல். தமிழ்லயே போயிட்டு இருந்தேன்னா சத் சங்கம் முடியாது. நேரம் விடியும், காலம் விடியாது. நேரம் செல்வது அறியாமல் ஆனந்த மயக்கத்தில் காலம் கழிப்பது சக்தி பாதமும் சக்தினி பாதம். அதாவது சத் சங்கத்துக்கு உட்கார்ந்துட்டீங்கன்னா நேரம் போறத பத்தி கவலையே படாம தெரியாம காலம் கழிந்து கொண்டிருக்குமானால் உங்களுக்கு சக்தி பாதமும் சக்தினி பாதமும் நடக்குதுன்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. சாமி, எனக்கு சக்தி பாதம் நடக்குதா சக்தினி பாதம் நடக்குதா நான் எப்படி தெரிஞ்சுக்கிறது? அப்பா, நேரம் போறது தெரியாம காலங்கழிஞ்சா எவ்வளவு நேரம் போகுதுன்றத பத்தி யோசனை கூட பண்ணாம உன்னால் ரசித்து ருசித்து இனித்து உயிர்த்து நேரம் கழிவது தெரியாது காலம் கழியுமானால் உனக்கு சக்தினி பாதமும் சக்தி பாதமும் நிகழ்கிறது என்று தெரிந்து கொள். நேரம் கழிகிறதே என்று நீ நினைப்பாயேயானால், உன் மனம் சஞ்சலப்படுமானால், வார்த்தைகளை வேண்டுமானால் நீ கேட்கலாம். நேரம் கழிகிறது என்கின்ற நினைப்பே இல்லாது காலம் கழியுமானால் ஆனந்த சக்தி பாதமும் சக்தினி பாதமும் குருவோடு நிகழ்கின்றது. ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். தமிழாலே சத்தியங்களை சொல்லும் பொழுது ஏற்படும் ஞான வெட்கம் 3 நிலை. நீங்கள் இருக்கும் நிலை, நான் இருக்கும் நிலை வேறு வேறாய் இருக்கும் பொழுது நான் இதை சொல்ல முயற்சிக்கின்றேனே என்கின்ற ஒரு வெட்கம், நான் இருக்கின்ற நிலையையே கூட என்னால் வார்த்தைகளால் வடிக்க முடியவில்லையே என்கின்ற 2வது வெட்கம், நான் இருக்கும் நிலையை சொல்வதற்கு வார்த்தைகள் சிக்கவும் இல்லை, சிக்கப் போவதும் இல்லை என்கின்ற தெளிவினால் வரும் 3வது நிலை வெட்கம். மூவெட்கமும் கொண்டு வார்த்தைகளால் உணர்வை செதுக்கி வடித்து உங்களுக்கு அளிக்க இயலாது வாழ்க்கையாய் சக்திமயமாய் சத்தியத்தை சக்தியில் இருந்து வார்த்தையாய் செதுக்கி உங்களுக்கு அளிப்பதற்கு பதிலாய் சத்தியத்தை சக்தியாகவே உங்களுக்கு அளிப்பதுதான் சக்தினி பாதம், சக்தி பாதம் எனும் தீட்சை. உயிரோடு உயிர் உறவாடி
அடைய வேண்டியதை அடைந்து கொள்ளுதல், உயிரோடு உயிர் உறவு கொண்டு உயிர் பெற வேண்டியதை உயிரிடம் இருந்து பெற்று உயிர் பெற்றுக் கொள்ளலே. சக்தி பாதமும் சக்தி நீ பாதம். உள்ளத்து ஒருவனை உள்ளுரு சோதியை உள்ளம் விட்டு ஓரடி நீங்கா ஒருவனை உள்ளமும் தானும் உடனே இருக்கினும் உள்ளம் அவனை உருவு அறியாதே. ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். உள்ளத்து ஒருவனை உள்ளுரு சோதியை உள்ளம் விட்டு ஓரடி நீங்கா ஒருவனை உள்ளமும் தானும் உடனே இருக்கினும் உள்ளம் அவனை உருவு அறியாதே. பிரபாவத்தை பற்றி, டெல்யூஷனை பற்றி திருமூலப் பெருந்தகை 431வது பாடலாக சொல்லுகின்றார். இவைகளை பாடல்னு சொல்வது கூட அவ்வளவு பொருந்தாதுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் நடராஜ பெருமான் தமிழை தன் உடலில் நனைத்து செய்த ஆடல்தான் இந்த வரிகள். பெருமான் சித் சக்தியாக ஆனந்தத்தை உடலில் நனைத்து செய்கின்ற ஆட்டம் ஆனந்த தாண்டவம். அதுபோல தமிழை தன் உடலில் நனைத்துக் கொண்டு செய்த ஆனந்த தாண்டவம் ஆடல் இந்த பாடல்கள். சத்தியத்தை சாத்தியமாக்குவதற்காக தமிழை தன் திருமேனியில் பால் வெண்ணீராய் பூசி அவர் செய்த பரத தாண்டவம் ஆடல் இந்த பாடல். இது கவிதை அல்ல, அகவிதை. இதை உள்ளே செலுத்தி தியானிப்பீர்களேயானால் உள்ளுள் பரமசிவனே விளைந்தெழுவான். பரமசிவனே உள்ளுள் விளைந்திட, உள்ளுள் மலர்ந்திட அவன் விதைக்கும் அக விதை இந்த கவிதை. அவன் தமிழை பூசிக்கொண்டு செய்யும் ஆனந்த தாண்டவம் ஆடல் இந்த பாடல். உள்ளத்து ஒருவனை உள்ளுரு சோதியை உள்ளம் விட்டு ஓரடி நீங்கா ஒருவனை உள்ளமும் தானும் உடனே இருக்கினும் உள்ளம் அவனை உருவு அறியாதே. ஆஹா, அதாவது உள்ளத்து ஒருவனை உரு சோதியை உங்களுடைய உள்ளுக்கு உள்ளே ஏகமாய் இருப்பவன் சோதியாய் அப்படின்னா இருப்பின் மூலமாய் ஒளியாய் விழிப்பாய் ஸ்வயம் பிரகாசமாய் இருப்பவன். அவனை நீங்கள் நினைக்க இயலாது, அவனால்தான் நீங்கள் எல்லாவற்றையும் நினைக்க இயலும். எதனால் நீங்கள் எல்லாவற்றையும் நினைக்கின்றீர்களோ அதுவே உங்கள் உள்ளிருக்கும் சோதி அருணாச்சலம். Cognizing. Arunachala can be only cognized, not remembered. ஸ்மரணிக்க முடியும், நினைக்க இயலாது. உள்ள இயலும், நினைக்க ஒண்ணாது. உள்ளல் சத்தியம், எண்ணல் சத்தியம் அல்ல. எதனால் எண்ணம் சத்தியமோ அதுவே உள்ளம். அந்த உள்ளல், உள்ளல்னா காக்னைசிங், எண்ணம்னா நினைப்பது. எதனால் நினைப்பு உங்களுக்குள் நிகழ்கின்றதோ அது உள் உரு சோதி. உள்ளம் விட்டு ஓரடி நீங்கா ஒருவனை, உங்களுடைய உள்ளத்தை விட்டு ஒரு அடியும் அது விலகுவதில்லை. கனவு காலத்திலும், தூக்க காலத்திலும், மரண காலத்திலும், எக்காலத்திலும் உங்களுடைய இருப்பை விட்டு விலகாத நீங்காத ஒருவனை, அது நமக்குள்ளே உள்ளமும் தானும் உடனே இருக்கினும், உங்களுடைய நான் அப்படிங்கிற கான்ஷியஸ் சாவரனிட்டியும் பரம்பொருள் பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் பதியும் உடனேயே இருந்தாலும் கூட உள்ளம் அவனை உருவு அறியாதே. எத்தனை ஆண்டுகள் என் கூடயே இருந்தீங்கன்னா கூட ஒரு சூழ்நிலையில எப்படி நான் முடிவெடுப்பேன்னு யாராலையும் புரிஞ்சுக்க முடியாது. நீங்க மிக பெரும் தவறுன்னு நினைக்கிற ஒரு சூழ்நிலையை ரொம்ப எளிமையா சிம்பிளா தீர்த்துருவேன். ரொம்ப சின்ன தப்புன்னு நீங்க நினைக்கிற சூழ்நிலையை ரொம்ப ஆழ்ந்து புரிய வைப்பேன். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. யார்கிட்ட இருந்து எதுவுமே எதிர்பார்க்க மாட்டேன். ஆனா கமிட் பண்ணாங்கன்னா அந்த இன்டெகிரிட்டியை மெயின்டைன் பண்ணணும்னு எதிர்பார்ப்பேன். யாரிடமிருந்தும் எதையும் எதிர்பார்க்காத, ஆனா கமிட் பண்ணா, ஏன்னா அந்த கமிட்மெண்ட்ஸை வச்சு, உங்களுடைய கமிட்மெண்ட்ஸை வச்சு உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் உபயோகமாகின்ற பல விஷயங்களை தைத்திருக்கின்றேன். எப்படி பல இலைகளை வைத்து ஈர்க்குகளை போட்டு தையல் இலை செய்கின்றார்களோ அது மாதிரி உங்கள் எல்லோருடைய கமிட்மெண்ட்ஸை வச்சு தைத்துத்தான் இந்த கைலாசத்தை ஈகோ சிஸ்டத்தை உருவாக்குறேன். நானா எதிர்பார்ப்பது கிடையாது. கமிட் பண்ணா அவர்களை வைத்து தைத்து தையல் இலையாகத்தான் இந்த கைலாசத்தை உருவாக்குறேன். அப்ப கமிட்மெண்ட்டை ஹானர் பண்ணீங்கன்னா தான் நீங்க ஒருத்தருக்கு ஒருத்தர் நல்லது செஞ்சுக்கிற இந்த கைலாய கப்பல் இனிமையா போகும். நானா தானே கமிட் பண்ணேன், இப்ப நான் செய்ய வேண்டிய அவசியம் இல்லை அப்படின்னா முடியாது. கமிட் பண்ணாம இருந்தா தப்பு இல்லை, செஞ்சா நடத்தணும்னு எதிர்பார்ப்பேன். பல நேரங்களில் நான் இயங்கும் தர்மம் உங்களுக்கு புரிவதில்லை. நான் இயங்கும் தர்மம் உங்களுக்கு புரிந்தால் உங்களுக்குள் இருக்கும் பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் இயங்கும் தர்மம் உங்களுக்கு புரிந்துவிடும். அதனால உங்களுக்கு உள்ளே இருக்கின்ற பரம்பொருள் உருவு உங்களுக்கு புரிந்துவிடும்.
அவர் உள்ளேயே இருந்தாலும் அவர் இயங்கும் தர்மம் புரியாது போவதற்கு காரணம், நீங்க ஒரு தர்மத்துல இயங்குறீங்க, அவர் இயங்குகின்ற பிரபஞ்ச தர்மத்தை புரிந்து கொள்ள கூட முயற்சி செய்யாமல் இருக்கின்றீர்கள். நீங்க சமூகம் உங்களுக்கு கொடுத்த சில அறிவு, வார்த்தை இவைகளை வைத்துக்கொண்டு விளையாடிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறீர்கள். யாரோடு உங்களை ஒப்பிடுகிறீர்களோ, யாரைப் பற்றி நீங்கள் சிந்திக்கிறீர்களோ, அவர்களாகவே அவர்களைப் போல மாறுகின்றீர்கள். பரமசிவனைப் பற்றி மாத்திரம் சிந்தித்து அவர் இயங்கும் தர்மத்தை மாத்திரம் புரிந்து கொண்டு பிரபஞ்சப் பேரியக்க தர்மத்தை உள்வாங்கத் துவங்கினீர்களானால் அவர் உருவு புரியும், அவர் இருப்பு அமையும், அவர் பதம் கிடைக்கும், அவர் சக்தி மலரும். பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்திற்கும் வந்த அனாதித்தன்மை பதிக்கு இருக்கின்ற சத்குணங்களினால், பல்வேறு சத்குணங்களின் காரணங்களினால் வந்த அனாதித்தன்மையைப் போல அல்ல, பசுவுக்கும் பாசத்திற்கும் இருக்கின்ற அனாதித்தன்மை சில சில சிறுகுணங்களால் வந்த அனாதித்தன்மை. அனாதித்தன்மை வேண்டுமானால் பதிக்கு இருப்பது போல் இருக்கலாம், ஆனால் அனாதித்தன்மைக்கான காரணங்கள் பதிக்கு இருப்பது போன்றது அல்ல. பதியினுடைய பிரபஞ்ச பேரியக்க தர்மம், அதனுடைய சத்குணங்களை உள்வாங்குவீர்களானால் பதியளிக்கும் சக்திபாத சக்தினீபாதத்தினால் பசு பாசத்திருந்து விடுபட்டு பாசம் இலாது, பசுவும் தன் பசுத்தன்மையை இழந்து, இரண்டும் கரைந்து மறைந்து பதிக்குள் நிறைந்து போகும். இதுவே சிவசாயுச்சியம். I'll shift it to English now. I'll try to give the gist. If I continue with Tamil, I don't know how long I'll go on and on.
existence. Continuously unbroken way manifests its conscious sovereignty in you, but the delusion you perceive is not the problem sourced or rooted in mind. It is experienced by mind, but sourced or rooted in body. So work on the body to manifest the conscious sovereignty. You may think what I spoke in Tamil seems to be completely different, and what I spoke in English seems to be completely different. I'll connect, explain. The truths I revealed in Tamil, the truths I am revealing now in English are complementing each other. If you put the whole thing together, you will understand step by step how I gave the principles, unit principles and methodology. Now I am giving you methodology. Work on the body. I think we can go for a long satsang. I'll give you more initiation and more understandings about this methodology, working on conscious sovereignty through your body, working on the real solution. Your great-grandparents, grandparents, all of them gave you billions, and now you are having millions and you are proud about your millions. You lost billions. Realize that. Zeal to become genius is the nature, ecosystem of a Hindu. The reality of the Hindu, very DNA of the Hindu. Today, காவிரி பொன்னி அரிசியோட விளை முறையே நம்முடைய டிஎன்ஏவையே அவேக்கன் பண்ணி ஜீனியஸ் ஆக்குற சயின்ஸ் அப்பா. சோழ நாட்டு சோற்று அறிவும், பாண்டி நாட்டு முத்து அறிவும், சேர நாட்டு வேழத்து அறிவும், தொண்டை நாட்டு சான்றோன் செய்வதற்கே செய்யப்பட்ட அறிவு. சோழ நாட்டு சோற்று அறிவுன்னா வெறும் சோறு மட்டும் கிடையாது, காய்கறி அது சார்ந்த எல்லா உணவு மொத்தமும். பாண்டி நாட்டு முத்து அறிவுனா வெறும் முத்து மாத்திரம் கிடையாது, மொத்த கடல் சார்ந்த வாழ்வு அறிவு. சேர நாட்டு வேழத்து அறிவுனா வெறும் யானை பழக்கும் அறிவு மட்டுமல்ல, மொத்த காடு சார்ந்த அறிவு. இது எல்லாமே தொண்டை நாட்டு சான்றோன் செய்வதற்கே, ஞானிகளை, ஜீவன் முக்தர்களை, பிரபஞ்ச பேரறிவை வாழும் சர்வஞர்களை, சான்றோன் அப்படிங்கிற வார்த்தை சர்வஞன் தான். சர்வஞர்களை உருவாக்கும் அறிவியல். If you are a born Hindu, you being economically poor, tolerable. You being politically bound, slave, not having your own Hindu constitutional nation, forgivable. Not forgettable, forgivable. But you not having the appetite for being genius, unforgivable. That is like you losing your very core value. Hey. No. Zeal to become genius. I am giving you various thought currents in the whole satsang. Listen to the satsang again 2-3 times, so all that zigzag puzzles will fall in place. Because of the impossibilities exist in the verbalization of my realization, I am giving multiple thought currents which seems to be unconnected. But if you listen to the satsang second time, third time, you will understand clearly everything. The whole puzzle is connected. It falls in place.
ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ನೀನೇ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಆಲಾರಳಿಯಲಿ ನೀನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಲ್ವತ್ತಿಯಲಿ ನೀನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಆಲಾರಳಿಯಲಿ ನೀನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಲ್ವತ್ತಿಯಲಿ ನೀನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಅರುಣಾಚಲ ಶಿವನಿನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಆನಂದಲಿಂಗನಿನೇ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಅರುಣಾಚಲ ಶಿವನಿನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಆನಂದಲಿಂಗನಿನೇ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸ್ವಯಂಭುಲಿಂಗ ನೀನೇ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸದ್ಗುರುವು ನೀನೇ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸ್ವಯಂಭುಲಿಂಗ ನೀನೇ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸದ್ಗುರುವು ನೀನೇ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಶಿವನ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮರುಜನ್ಮ ಹೊಂದಿದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಿವನ ರಕ್ಷಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮರುಜನ್ಮ ಹೊಂದಿದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಾಬಾಜಿ ದರ್ಶನವ ಪಡೆದ ಆನಂದ ಅವರೇ ಕರೆದರ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಾಬಾಜಿ ದರ್ಶನವ ಪಡೆದ ಆನಂದ ಅವರೇ ಕರೆದರ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಅವರೇ ಕರೆದರ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಸಾಕ್ಷಾತ್ ನೋಡಿದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಕೃಪಾ ಕಟಾಕ್ಷ ನಿನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಸಾಕ್ಷಾತ್ ನೋಡಿದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಕೃಪಾ ಕಟಾಕ್ಷ ನಿನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸರ್ವಾಂತರ್ಯಾಮಿ ನಿನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸಂಕಷ್ಟಹರ ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸರ್ವಾಂತರ್ಯಾಮಿ ನಿನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸಂಕಷ್ಟಹರ ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಯು ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಂಧು ಬಳಗವು ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಂಧು ಬಳಗವು ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಹರಿದಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರುವ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಕಾಮಧೇನು ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಕರೆದಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಬರುವ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಕಾಮಧೇನು ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ದೀಕ್ಷೆ ನೀಡಿದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಪೀಠದ ಒಡೆಯ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ದೀಕ್ಷೆ ನೀಡಿದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಪೀಠದ ಒಡೆಯ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ರಾಜಾದಿರಾಜನಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ರಾಜೀವಲೋಚನ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ರಾಜಾದಿರಾಜನಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ರಾಜೀವಲೋಚನ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸದ್ಗುರುವು ನೀನೇ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಂಕರನು ನೀನೇ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸದ್ಗುರುವು ನೀನೇ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಂಕರನು ನೀನೇ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಯು ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಂಧು ಬಳಗವು ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿಯು ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಂಧು ಬಳಗವು ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಚೆಲುವರಲ್ಲಿ ಚೆಲುವ ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿನ್ನ ಚರಣದಾಸಿಯು ನಾನೇ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಚೆಲುವರಲ್ಲಿ ಚೆಲುವ ನೀನೆ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿನ್ನ ಚರಣದಾಸಿಯು ನಾನೇ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿನ್ನ ಚರಣದಾಸಿಯು ನಾನೇ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಿಡದಿ ಪುರವಾಸಿ ಗುರು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ
ಶಕ್ತಿಯ ತಿಳಿಸುವವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಯಂತ್ರಗಳ ಮಹಿಮಯ ತೊರಿದವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಯೋಗ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಜ್ಞಾನ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಯೋಗ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಜ್ಞಾನ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಯೋಗದಿಂದ ಆರೋಗ್ಯದ ಭಾಗ್ಯ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಯೋಗದಿಂದ ಆರೋಗ್ಯದ ಭಾಗ್ಯ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಸಾಕಾರವೇ ನೀನಾಗಿರುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಸಾಕಾರವೇ ನೀನಾಗಿರುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಪ್ರಾಣಶಕ್ತಿಯ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಿಸುವ ಅಧಿಪತಿ ನೀ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಪ್ರಾಣಶಕ್ತಿಯ ನಿಯಂತ್ರಿಸುವ ಅಧಿಪತಿ ನೀ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬೆಳಕು ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬೆಳಕು ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಬೆಳಕ ತೋಡಿ ಕತ್ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ತೊಲಗಿಸುವವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಬೆಳಕ ತೋಡಿ ಕತ್ತಲೆಯನ್ನು ತೊಲಗಿಸುವವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬೆಳಕು ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬೆಳಕು ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮಳೆಯ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮಳೆಯ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಮಳೆಯಿಂದ ಬರದ ಕಷ್ಟ ನೀಗಿಸುವವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಮಳೆಯಿಂದ ಬರದ ಕಷ್ಟ ನೀಗಿಸುವವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಫಲವ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಫಲವ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಕರ್ಮ ಫಲದ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆಯನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದು ಹಾಕುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಕರ್ಮ ಫಲದ ಅಪೇಕ್ಷೆಯನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದು ಹಾಕುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಫಲವ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಫಲವ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸತ್ಯ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸತ್ಯ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಸತ್ಯ ಅರಿತು ಪರಮಹಂಸನಾದ ನೀನು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ಸತ್ಯ ಅರಿತು ಪರಮಹಂಸನಾದ ನೀನು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ವರವ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ವರವ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ವರವ ನೀವ ಕಲ್ಪವೃಕ್ಷವೇ ನೀನಾದೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ವರವ ನೀವ ಕಲ್ಪವೃಕ್ಷವೇ ನೀನಾದೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ದೀಕ್ಷೆ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ದೀಕ್ಷೆ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ದೀಕ್ಷೆಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆಯನ್ನು ಮೆಲಕೆತ್ತುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ದೀಕ್ಷೆಯಿಂದ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆಯನ್ನು ಮೆಲಕೆತ್ತುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ದೀಕ್ಷೆ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ದೀಕ್ಷೆ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಅಮೃತ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಾಂತಿಯಿಂದ ಪರಮ ಶಾಂತಿಯ ನೀಡುವವನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಅಮೃತದಿಂದ ಅಮರತ್ವವ ನೀ ಪಡೆದೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮುಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಆನಂದ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮುಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಆನಂದ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮುಕ್ತಿ ನೀಡುವ ಸದ್ಗುರುವಾಗಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿ ಬಂದೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಮುಕ್ತಿ ನೀಡುವ ಸದ್ಗುರುವಾಗಿ ಹುಟ್ಟಿ ಬಂದೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಆನಂದದಿಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಂಡೊಯ್ಯುವವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಆನಂದದಿಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಂಡೊಯ್ಯುವವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ 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 ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ 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 ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಹೊಸ ಬಾಳು ರೂಪಿಸುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಕ್ತಿಯಿಂದ ಹೊಸ ಬಾಳು ರೂಪಿಸುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಕೊಡುವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಇದು ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ನುಡಿಸುವೆನು ಪ್ರೀತಿಪಾತ್ರನ ದಯಾ ಸಾಗರನೇ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಬಂದೆಯ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಬಂದೆಯ ನುಡಿಸುವೆನು ಪ್ರೀತಿಪಾತ್ರನ ದಯಾ ಸಾಗರನೇ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಬಂದೆಯ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಬಂದೆಯ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ಕೋಮಳ ರೂಪನೇ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ಕೋಮಳ ರೂಪನೇ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಆನಂದ ಸದಾ ಕೊಡುವುದು ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಆನಂದ ಸದಾ ಕೊಡುವುದು ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೇ ಕೋಮಳ ರೂಪನೇ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಆನಂದ ಸದಾ ಕೊಡುವುದು ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಆನಂದ ಸದಾ ಕೊಡುವುದು ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಎಂಥ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಎಂಥ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನುಡಿಸುವೆನು ಪ್ರೀತಿಪಾತ್ರನ ದಯಾ ಸಾಗರನೇ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಬಂದೆಯ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಬಂದೆಯ ನುಡಿಸುವೆನು ಪ್ರೀತಿಪಾತ್ರನ ದಯಾ ಸಾಗರನೇ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಬಂದೆಯ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಬಂದೆಯ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಎಂಥ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಎಂಥ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಬಂದೆಯ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಎಂಥ ಆನಂದ ಅನಾಥ ಬಂಧುವೆ ಕಾರುಣ್ಯ ಸಿಂಧುವೆ ಅನಾಥ ಬಂಧುವೆ ಕಾರುಣ್ಯ ಸಿಂಧುವೆ ಭಕ್ತರ ನಿಧಿಯೇ ವೇದ ಗೋಚರಣೆ ಭಕ್ತರ ನಿಧಿಯೇ ವೇದ ಗೋಚರಣೆ ಅನಾಥ ಬಂಧುವೆ ಕಾರುಣ್ಯ ಸಿಂಧುವೆ ಭಕ್ತರ ನಿಧಿಯೇ ವೇದ ಗೋಚರಣೆ ಭಕ್ತರ ನಿಧಿಯೇ
Om, Om, Om. As living manifestation, complete manifestation of Paramashiva, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, collective integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, passing, living Paramadvaitam, the Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and KAILASA of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूपा परशिवपुत्र
Jnanapadati Manual, under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyaadilakshయం Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. Beautifully, let's go through the Pramanas. Bhagavan Paramashiva has beautifully given us the Pramanas to understand the deeper science of power manifestation. Power manifestation. Why power manifestation is after the satsang and initiation? It is to make us understand how these initiation and powerful cognition map into our physical reality, how it brings us auspiciousness, abundance, bliss into our physical reality, what we understand as our perceptional reality. The more and more that we experience this physical experience, which is the mystical experience, we start understanding that the greater science, who we are as Paramashiva, as our reality, poking all the holes in the self-doubt, self-denial, and self-hatred, which is called the mind, and making us more and more grounded to the space of Paramashiva, who we are. Let's go through the Pramanas. Science of power manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The Shastra Pramana, the authentic scriptures and Shrutis, the Veda Agamas, stands as a foundation for Hinduism. Apta Pramana, authentic, time-tested, foolproof compilation of the experience of the sages, rishis and enlightened masters, which is in terms with the Shastra Pramana. Atma Pramana, with Apta Pramana, a guru is able to experience and live the truth claimed by the Shastras. And Shakshi Pramana, manifestation and experience of the a guru's initiation in the disciple of a particular lineage which is demonstrable to the world. And Pratyaksha Pramana, having the truth validated by the scientific study. All the Pramanas give us the depth of the cognition to make us go beyond what we have the mind, which is self-doubt, self-denial, and self-hatred, to experience the extraordinary space of Paramashiva. Let's move to the Shastra Pramana. The Shastra Pramana for the power of third eye reading is taken from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. The scriptural reference, Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Vijnana is consciousness, Bhairava, one who experienced the consciousness beyond the mind, Tantra is the method. And this is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34, Dharana 11.
Sutra 34, Dharana 11. Kapalantarmanonyasya tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manasodadhyat lakshaye lakshamuttamam. Kapalantarmanonyasya tishthanmilitalochanaha kramena manasodadhyat lakshaye lakshamuttamam.
Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession by the stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshyam. By having the vision beyond the sight and that reveals any object or place attaining the space of oneness with Paramashiva, the source. Paramashiva manifests in us through the space of our how we hold Paramashiva inside us as our reality. Here he says, by the stability of the mind and the inner space, the more and more we are able to ground ourselves into who we are, the original space, the pati that Bhagavan explained, and in physical reality into our inner space where we experience the self. When we start experiencing that pati more and more into our reality, more and more the body gets detoxed and more the manifestation starts happening. We start merging into the vertical time zone, the higher frequency, the higher reality, who we are. Again and again, it says very beautifully how the past, when we are stuck with the pasa or the pasu, we are stuck with our delusion patterns, and more it brings us to chaos and confusion, not even attaining the ultimate goal. But the more we are ready to drop that at Bhagavan's lotus feet and merge into that oneness space, making us understand when the mind merges in the inner space and more we start manifesting the quantum space, the present moment, the power over now, the pati, who we are when we are establishing ourselves, when the pasa just dissolves into the pati, when the past just dissolves into the present moment, simply we experience the ultimate goal. And ultimate goal, ultimate reality is Paramashiva. Param means ultimate. Shiva is auspiciousness, goal. We become Paramashiva and simply manifest as our reality. As long as we have the identities which we carry, which we think is useful for our function of what reality is, we are deluded into more and more the trouble, chaos, confusion, and discomfort. The more and more we are able to dissolve that identity at Bhagavan's lotus feet, again and again raise into the space of oneness with Paramashiva, we start understanding that Paramashiva, who we are, and we start experiencing the ultimate goal. And that becomes the quantum reality where we can manifest the possibility. Bhagavan beautifully says how we can merge into the oneness, and when we can experience the space of Advaita, and when we don't even understand that these are something to merge or not merge, go beyond even that, the Paramadvaita space is experienced. The superconscious mutation starts happening in the highest possibility that we can experience. Bhagavan Paramashiva gives us such a powerful space for us to understand and go beyond our self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred, and to the impossibility, to the possibility who we are is Paramashiva in the parallel universe, who is manifesting in this reality as who we are is experiencing that reality in this body. That is why Bhagavan says, work on the body, you will start understanding the greater reality. When you detox the body, more and more you can reflect the pure consciousness from Satyaloka into your reality and manifest that as the superconscious space, simply manifesting all that you want and more as your reality. Here, Sanjaya was initiated into the third eye. He was able to see the whole army formation, how it is just by the power of third eye. And this clearly is in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 1, sloka 1 through 6. How he was initiated and he was able to narrate each and every incident to Dhritarashtra. Dhritarashtra was also given the option to have a Vishwarupa Darshana, and also was ready, Krishna was ready to initiate Dhritarashtra, but he said, I do not want to see my sons die. So he was ready to listen from Sanjaya, the charioteer, for all the details and understanding how the war was happening, and even including Bhagavad Gita and the Vishwarupa Darshana, Sanjaya was able to narrate to Dhritarashtra just by the power of third eye. Here Bhagavan in the Atma Pramana gives us the powerful space how he experienced the greater reality and manifested the power of seeing the 360 degrees vision when he was a small young boy.
Cosmos. Truth is also the outer space of the whole cosmos, pervading and uniformly ever present inside and encompassing this cosmos from the outside. Please listen. What Upanishads wants to declare through this verse: break from something which is making you perceive inside, outside separately, moving, unmoving separately, antara, bahyata separately. Listen. Tannai jati, tatte jati, tannai jati. Moving, unmoving separately. What is that that makes you perceive something as moving, something as unmoving? What is that that makes you perceive something is near, something is far off? What is that that makes you perceive something is inside you and something is outside you? Listen. I'm going to repeat, explain once more my enlightenment experience from the context of this verse. Listen. Please listen. Exactly what was that I realized on the Vaigasi Visagam, Vaigasi month, Purnima Tithi, Visaga Nakshatram evening, when I completed 11 and aging into 12, that year, Vaigasi month, Visaga Nakshatra, Paurnami Tithi. This is the way we Indians keep the date in the memory. We don't keep the English calendar date. Somehow, I always kept only based on the Tithi and Rasi and Nakshatra. And so now if you can Google, you Google and find out exactly what is the date. Let me describe. Because we never bothered about the Kala. We bothered about only the essence of Kala. When I completed 11 and moving into 12, that year this has happened. Listen, exactly what happened. Let me describe. As usual, I went and sat on one rock. I did not choose. Please understand. I did not choose. It was just a casual. Usually I'll sit here, there. Somehow that day I sat on one rock, which has become a Tirtha Kshetra now for all our devotees and disciples. I sat casually. Whenever I find time, I'll go and spend time in that space, in that area, because Devi became enlightened there. My Guru Vibhudananda Puri always used to tell, this is Devi's energy field. That place is called Pavalakkundru, Coral Hill. She used to tell, this is Devi's energy space, energy field. So I always used to go and sit there. I was sitting on a rock. To tell you honestly, I was not even doing some serious meditation. I can say in a way the whole ambience was so calm, so beautiful. I decided to close my eyes. Once I closed the eyes, the intensity of my yearning started taking over me. The intensity to realize myself, my true nature, started possessing me. It has taken possession over me. The Kathopanishad declares Shraddha Vivecha. Shraddha just took over Nachiketa. All of you know how fear takes over you, greed takes over you. When a fear takes over you, when you have the panic attack, you just do things. You always feel guilty, shy, later on about it. You repent for it. You don't know why you did it. Same way, when lust takes over you, when greed takes over you, you do things which you can never logically justify even to yourself. But when authenticity takes over you, it will be 10,000 times more intense than fear taking over or greed taking over. It will be 10,000 times more intense, powerful. When fear takes over you, it's called panic attack. When greed takes over you, it's called restlessness. When authenticity takes over you, it is called Satori. My sincere seeking that overpowered me, that's the right word I should use. I just felt, what is it I am seeking? Who is that me who is seeking? Who is that me that is deeply discontented about anything I see, hear? Who is that who is deeply discontented even about my own existence? Listen. Almost like, who am I who is so discontented about my own existence? Understand, all of you have discontentment about your own existence, but you never look into why, what, who is having that discontentment. You try to look in, if you get one Rasagulla, you forget that. You try to look in, if you get something else, you forget that. Very easily that question, why, what, who is so discontented, those questions are forgotten very easily. The person for whom the question has become the first and top priority, he is a seeker.
Shastra Pramana. Shastra Pramana are the initiated disciple devotees all around the world manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Beautifully, Bhagavan spoke, and let's move to the Shastra Pramana to manifest the power. How the Balasans is manifesting, you can see here.
How about this?
Amazing.
Where is the TV? The TV's over there.
That's right.
Where is the red jacket? I don't see
There
it.
is no red jacket, that's right. Okay, this is an instruction.
Jump up and down.
All right, go for it. Awesome. Okay.
Follow my movements.
Oh, you're walking better than I am. All right, thank you.
Am I scratching my head? No. Now you are.
Beautifully, each of the instruction, the balance is clearly demonstrating how exactly it was happening. Here you can see the Murli Krishna. He's explaining the divine spot, the prefrontal cortex, what we understand, the third eye, how it is so prominent where Bhagavan can walk into it and walk out at his will and manifest the deepest samadhi just at his will, manifesting the higher frequency, higher possibilities, and the infinite possibility opening up more and more when the prefrontal cortex becomes so vivid
Selwyn
and clear.
Jr., Center for Mind, Body and Spirit, Oklahoma in US, and his team invited Nithyananda to derive scientific evidences for meditation and the state of his enlightenment.
Usually the brain is so active, there are 100 billion brain cells there. But what meditation does is something very interesting. It shows the frontal lobes getting more active. The frontal lobe is where you have judgment, wisdom, reasoning. Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. The second one is 30 minutes into 30 minutes meditation. Look at the frontal lobes, how they light it up. They light it up big time. 60 minutes of deep meditation, and here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right here. Right in the middle. Probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches deeper.
From time immemorial, it is believed that great masters are always in the state of bliss or causeless happiness. They are unconditionally happy. With modern sophisticated equipments, we are able to detect this truth. The dopamine secretion is always abundant in the case of Paramahamsa Nithyananda.
The D really stands for divine spot. The D also stands for delight, and the dopamine spot. What's also interesting is that he could at will go in and out of the states. So we asked Swamiji when he came from the scanning room, when we saw this one, we asked Swamiji, what were you exactly doing when so and so thing happened? He didn't know what was there. He did not see the pictures yet. He said, really interestingly, there were 3 people there, he said, I opened my third eye. And that's stunning because I learned about third eye as a child, but didn't read about it for a long time, what it is today. But what he said was, I asked him to describe more in detail what does he mean by third eye. And he said, it's a deep meditative state. It's probably very, very deep state. But he said, it looks like a small petal on one side going and joining. Another side, another petal comes and join, and you join together, and then it becomes the third eye. Like a blissful state that you experience and open third eye. So that's really a very, very interesting and fascinating finding. And we're going to talk about it for a long time.
Beautifully, Bhagavan gives the explanation how he can walk into and walk out at his will into the deeper and deeper meditation, the vertical time zones that starts manifesting as reality. The more you are in the present moment and understand you are the ultimate, you start creating a new future. As long as you are in the space, I am Paramashiva, you start creating the ultimate future. But if you're stuck with the past, with your self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred, all the brain fog with all the words that you're constantly narrating will make you into more delusion, more suffering, and more confusion, not seeing your reality, what you want in abundance and auspiciousness. All that takes is just manifesting these powers. We are in the deep meditative state where it manifests as powers. We start understanding that the greater truth, who we are, what it is, and how we manifest our life in from the more deeper realities of our life. Today, if you have the camera in your cell phone, take a picture of what you are scanning and writing down. And after that, with the timestamp, you take a picture. And after the Mahavakya is over, you go to the book that you are scanning and take a picture and see if both matches exactly. And if it matching, go ahead and share this with the world. Power manifestation has 3 sections. 1, the pramanas. The second, you manifesting. Third, contributing to the world. And more, when you contribute all these powers, powerful cognition, initiation into the world, enriching others and causing others reality, you start manifesting more and more powers. Celebrating Paramashiva, you become Paramashiva. So if you have Jnananjan, go ahead, apply in the third eye and your temple, and let's get ready for power manifestation. The power of reading through the third eye. If you have an eye band, excellent. If you don't have an eye band, use a tissue and then cover your eyes with a cloth. Make sure no light is coming into your sides or side of the nose, side of this or on top, so that it becomes completely dark. If you just close your eyes, still lights are seen. But if you completely close your eyes with a cloth, the light are completely gone. When it becomes completely dark, this prefrontal cortex becomes more clear for you to read through the third eye and exactly see what you want to see. So you can have the Living Enlightenment book, or you can have any magazine which has the picture, or Bhagwan's magazines which has Swamiji's picture or some colors, some shapes, so that you can see through your third eye and you can write down the details. So all you need to do is start your video camera or take a picture of what you write, apply the Jnananjan, and just simply through your third eye start manifesting the power of third eye reading. Make sure there's no light entering your eyes so that it is completely dark for you to see through your third eye. When you're doing third eye, if the thought comes, oh, I'm not seeing, it is very dark, all that is mind game. Just drop at Bhagwan's lotus feet. We know how to unclutch and go into deep sleep every night. So it's not something new we are doing. All we are doing is making the mind just dissolve itself into the lotus feet instead of going into deep sleep. And more we understand the science, how to do that. We start traveling into the vertical time zones, the higher realities of higher auspiciousness, abundance and bliss becomes your lifestyle. Miracles and mystic way of living starts becoming your lifestyle. Now, once you've decided you have a partner or you're going to take a book and read, and you tie your eye bands, make sure you sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Sit as Paramashiva. If you look in your mirror, who would you see? You would see yourself. Same way, when you entangle with Bhagwan in the oneness space, again and again, see yourself as Paramashiva. See yourself with 25 heads, 75 eyes and 50 hands. Clearly that you are Paramashiva in the parallel universe. That is what you're mapping into this universe, in this physical reality also. Sit very powerfully, not powerless. Even if you're going through so many difficulties, you go to sleep without any problem. Same way, you can fall into the deepest samadhi more and more if you understand who you are as Paramashiva, and drop all that mind and what you know as mind at Bhagwan's lotus feet. All that verbalization, visualization, cognition, everything drop at Bhagwan's lotus feet. Only hold Paramashiva is real. I am Paramashiva in your third eye. Deeply chanting the Mahavakya entangling into the space of oneness with Paramashiva. Constantly holding the space, Paramashiva is real, and manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Now, all we need to do is whatever Paramashiva shows when we are chanting in our third eye, write down the detail. At the end of the session, you can see what is being revealed by Paramashiva and whether it matches with the book, the words, the colors, the pictures, whatever that is seen in the book. Is it exactly what you have drawn or written in the page? And if matches, please go ahead and take the picture and you can share it with the world. Now let's start entangling and experiencing the power of third eye. Continuously chant from your navel center, deeply from your navel center, entangling with Bhagavan with deep listening. Listening puts off your thought completely, and mantra raises your frequency into the higher and higher zones where you merge into that collective space of collective consciousness, into the higher reality, manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely with a deep listening to manifest the power of third eye.
See yourself as 25-headed, 50-handed Paramashiva, as eternally 16, youthful. Commit with Paramashiva. Only He exists. Anything else is delusion. Now, sit straight. We'll enter into the process.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Slowly, very slowly, open your eyes and now verify the details, what is shown in your third eye, and the words, the pictures, the colors, or any of your experience which you mapped into the physical reality, if it is in the book or Google or your partner has shown, authentically verify the detail. How Bhagavan said, authenticity took over me and I experienced the ultimate bliss. Authenticity is peak possibility of who we are, the inner space to the highest reality. So go ahead, authentically verify and share all this great truth. Whatever Paramashiva is giving us powerful cognition about Pasa, Pasu and Pati, or the initiation, how you experience that, or how you manifested that as your physical reality, the power manifestation. Go ahead and share these deeper truths in the world and go ahead and contribute to others' life. Whenever you share all this great truth in detail, more and more, how these are reflecting in your life as manifestation, you start recognizing that Paramashiva is real, consciousness is real, as who you are, the existential reality, then there is nothing to do for your mind to dissolve or have a birth or death. It is just to dissolve into your inner space, and only Paramashiva exists as who you are starts flowering in you as the ultimate reality. Contribution to others' life is how is the shortest distance, how we can manifest more and more deeper powers, and more the deeper powers starts happening because that is what we are celebrating with others. So what we cherish, what we celebrate becomes our lifestyle. The more power manifestation, more of auspiciousness, abundance and bliss and healing, much more that we can experience is simply by contributing to others' life with all this powerful cognition. It will take you a minute to do that and share all these pictures and videos that you have taken so that it is more authentic on what you're sharing. And please go ahead, share in your social media, tag it to your friends and family, or you can share in tinyurl.com/power manifestation. And with that, let's surrender all this powerful cognition, power manifestation, initiation, everything that we experienced at Bhagavan's lotus feet in deep gratitude for Bhagavan showering on us every day with all this greater science, deeper and deeper, taking us through the vertical time zone. And thanking all of you in all the social media, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Bhagavan beautifully says, when you are in the lifestyle, doing the yoga, doing the kriya, the puja, and listening to the satsang and manifesting powers, the Jnana Pada, when you start aligning to this as Charya Pada, your lifestyle, you start manifesting greater reality in your life and moving towards the higher time zones, who you are, the ultimate self. So thank you so much for participating in all this session, and thank you so much of so many contributing to Paramashiva. If you click on the $sign at the end of the YouTube chat, you can contribute at Bhagwan's lotus feet to Kailasha. And thank you so much for whoever is sharing all this deeper truth to the world. It makes a huge difference. And thanks for the people who are even liking it and commenting and sharing others. Because what we cherish and what we celebrate is who we become, the ultimate self. So go ahead, share all this greater truth to the world, thanking Bhagwan for all that he's showering on us. So let's surrender all this at Bhagwan's lotus feet and thank Bhagwan, thank all of you, and hold the powerful cognition Paramashiva is real in thought, word, and action. Seeing ourselves as Paramashiva, seeing everyone around us as Paramashiva, as our reality, holding that as our powerful cognition, ending the session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. The next session will be after the next darshan or satsang. Thank you, Nithyanandam.